Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on vote number 2, Parliament Appropriation Bill.
I now have the pleasure to invite the Honourable Speaker to the podium.
Malibongwe. House Chairperson, Deputy Speaker and other House Chairpersons, leaders of political parties present, Chief Whips and the Whips of all political parties, Chairpersons of portfolio committees and joint standing committees, members of the executive, honorable members and the people of South Africa. House Chairperson, it is an honor and privilege that I table Parliament's Budget Vote 2 for your consideration and approval. Budget debates enable us to account to the electorate on our work and how we have utilized and plan to utilize public resources in our ongoing effort to transform our society. As Parliament, we occupy an important space in our country's democratic architecture. We are the shapers of our legal frameworks that enable the executive to implement the priorities of government. We are the voice of our people in their diversity. Parliament is the window through which the people can see our country and a mirror through which people of our country must see themselves. It is therefore the true embodiment of our quest for democracy and the realization of the aspiration of those people who stood in Kliptown in 1955 and said, "The people shall govern." It is also about ensuring that we honor the commitments to our Constitution. Therefore, Parliament is not only responsible for lawmaking, oversight of the executive, public participation, cooperative governance, and international participation, but it must make sure that it promotes human dignity, equality, non-racialism, non-sexism, and supremacy of the Constitution. All members of Parliament are individually and collectively responsible for the credibility and legitimacy of this august institution of our people. House Chairperson and honorable members, as guardians of the use of public resources, Parliament has enormous responsibility to lead by example in terms of its own conduct, its effective use of resources, hence this budget debate today. Our constitutional democracy is rooted in transparency and accountability. Hence, the budget debates that we've just had, not only today, but in the other preceding days, ensure that public representatives explain their plans for the year ahead and account for the resources that are allocated for those plans to the people of South Africa. We must all answer the question, how will all these budget debates respond practically in enhancing economic growth and inclusion, ending extreme poverty, absorbing particularly young people to employment, and deal with the stable state of despondency and helplessness amongst our people. Honorable members, the budget process for this year has raised important issues for us as legislators on how we need to pay specific attention to the cycle of our work, in particular, the budget process. Secondly, it tested our system on how to mediate and navigate issues where there is divergence and moderate their impact on our society. The process also tested our own processes and procedure as this House. If we agree that the vexing challenges that our country faces are unemployment, poverty, and inequality, therefore the laws that we make must give answers to these questions. Our oversight must ensure that we assess to what extent government programs at all levels address these challenges. We must ensure that we hold the executive accountable to the cause of transforming the lives of our citizens so that every one of them enjoys the dividends of our constitutional democracy. Honorable members, in the past year, the 7th Parliament commenced with the process of developing a strategic plan for the current administration. This process was driven by the multi-party political working group chaired by House Chairperson Cedric Floric, who's sitting at the chair today. The NCOP had various planning sessions that also included the views of the provinces and local government. Out of the planning sessions of the two houses, the following priorities have emerged: strengthening oversight and enhancing accountability frameworks, enhancing the legislative process and public involvement, improving public appointment processes, particularly on those institutions that we are responsible in making nominations or appointments, improving international engagement. Today, we table the 2025-26 budget of Parliament, which reflects spending priorities to be addressed by the allocations received. The budget includes allocation to our core business, which include lawmaking, oversight, and accountability. It also includes resources earmarked supporting members of Parliament as they execute their function, as well as the rebuilding of Parliament. Honorable members, what drives our processes in Parliament are committees. It is therefore important to ensure that committees are adequately resourced and have an insight into the resources they have on an annual basis for better planning. As a start, we have created an allocation of 3 million rands per committee as a baseline from which we are going to continuously build. In addition, resources that are allocated for public participation will also ensure that they support particularly the public hearings on lawmaking for portfolio committees. As part of engaging the public, our parliamentary communication services have initiated regular cluster briefings to empower and inform our society on the work of various committees of Parliament. Our parliamentary broadcasting services continue to ensure that the public is educated on the work of Parliament through daily broadcasting of committee sessions and plenaries. We are conscious that not all committee rooms are equipped with such facilities. We will ensure that the rebuilding project finally addresses this situation. Honorable members, in supporting the work of committees, we're increasing research capacity through the appointment of more researchers. The capacity of our language services was also raised sharply by members in the last year's debate, and I'm sure Honorable Deputy Speaker will speak to this when she makes her presentation. We also are ensuring that other support structures such as content advisors and administrators for committees are also enhanced. Our information and communications technology units are also building their capabilities to service our members better. We are currently recruiting for a chief information officer. Honorable members, as part of addressing the legacy issues from previous parliaments, particularly 5 and 6, we're tracking and upscaling the implementation of recommendations from various panels and commissions. Some of these issues relate to the ad hoc committee report on the review of Chapter 9 institutions and associated institutions, commonly known as the ASMAL report. Since the start of the 7th Parliament, We've been engaging almost all the relevant institutions regarding the recommendations arising from the ASMAL report. Although this process is not yet complete, certain issues have been raised and are common across institutions, such as the entity's effectiveness reporting particularly to Parliament and to committees and how their reports are processed. The other issue relates to inconsistencies regarding the appointments of people who serve in these bodies. In some instances, some appointments are done by the executive, while others are actually starting at a parliamentary process. Another crucial matter from the legacy basket is the output of the High Panel of the Assessment of Key Legislation and the Acceleration of Fundamental Change, which is commonly known as the Motlanthe Commission. As you would remember, some of you, that this report was sent to portfolio committees. We will follow up with committees to assess how far were implementation of such recommendations, if any. If some of them had not been dealt with, how the committees are planning to deal with going forward. Regarding the report on the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegation of state of capture, there are following reforms that this Parliament has already started, and some of these have actually been success. One of those is the Financial Matters Amendment Act. The other is the General Laws Amendment Act, which deals with anti-money laundering and combating terrorism financing. The other is the National Prosecuting Amendment Act, the Judicial Amendments Act, the Public Procurement Act, and the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Act. The National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill is actually in the lawmaking process as we speak. Honorable members, as you are aware, Parliament has governing structures that assist in its operations, such as the Rules Committee, the Programming Committee, and the Chief Whip's Forum. Since the start of the 7th administration, the Rules Committee has amended some of our rules to ensure that indeed we can follow up on certain important matters such as executive undertakings and participations which were actually raised. You would also know that not so long ago, we also approved the amendment of the rules relating to amending of money bills. A decision on the oversight of the presidency was also taken by the Rules Committee, and presently, modalities and scope of what this committee will do is being dealt with by the Rules Subcommittee before it is finalized by the Rules Committee. Furthermore, the issue of individual member oversight and unannounced visits by members and committees are being investigated by the Rules Subcommittee, and once done, they will come to the House. We have, as I speak in this assembly, passed 15 bills that were referred to us by the executive. Presently, there are 27 bills that are in the committee process. Some of those are private members' bill. We also have done 48 oversight visits as committees, and this does not include individual oversight that has been done by members. With respect to oral questions to the executive, 572 oral questions were asked to the executive, including the president and deputy president. I must say, almost 99% of replies were received. One of the areas that need our improvement is how, in our robustness as members, we also allow the executive time to answer questions posed without too much disruptions and spurious points of orders that sometimes affect negatively some of the people who might have asked questions when we end up not dealing with the entirety of the business of the day. With respect to written question, 3,315 were posed to the executive and only 49% of replies were received. I have raised concern on this matter to the leader of government business, but members will also recall that 2 weeks ago, we reprimanded members of the executive in this very house on this matter, and we trust following that reprimand, we will see some improvement going forward. In the last financial year, we committed to this house that we will put up a tracking mechanism to monitor the uptake of House resolution by the executive, and this we have done, albeit in a manual format at this stage. Going forward, on a quarterly basis, we will report to this House on how we are proceeding on House resolutions. Honorable members, I would like to talk about the rebuilding of the new wing of the National Assembly and the old Assembly, commonly known as the Rebuild Program. Members will appreciate that this project started from the 6th Parliament. In essence, a trilateral agreement between Parliament, Public Works and Infrastructure and National Treasury was reached that Parliament will be responsible for the rebuilding project. Parliament then entered into a contractual agreement with DBSA as its implementing agent. Architectural work design was also done, and this was consulted with the Chief Whips Forum of Parties in the 6th administration. To ensure oversight on the project, a steering committee was set up, including Parliament, Public Works and Infrastructure, the National Treasury and DBSA. Parliament appointed a project manager whose task was to monitor the implementation of the project and be a liaison between Parliament and DBSA. Given the loss of office space due to the fire, Parliament requested resources from National Treasury to refurbish office space for members as well as staff. 155 offices for members have been completed, while 54 of these will be completed by September 2025. Honorable member, in the interim, we've been using alternative accommodation, as you know, such as City Hall and the Dome, which is under refurbishment at this stage. I must indicate to this House that the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament next week will be having a meeting with Public Works and Parliament to see to what extent this refurbishment will be done, but also look at the cost implication of such. Honorable members, I want to come back to the support to members. 42% of our budget goes towards members' benefits, such as remuneration, entitlements, medical aid for current and former members of Parliament, as well as provincial legislature. I must say that this is a matter that we would like to engage National Treasury on, because it does put a burden on the budget of the Parliament. We also transfer resources to political parties for their constituency work and political party administration. This is important, honorable members, because it ensures that our parties can do their work effectively. With regards to legislative sector coordination, we've been working with the Speakers Forum on strategic areas of fostering coordination with the legislative sector. As you know, that some of our legislation, even before finally passed by the NCOP, they have to go to the provincial legislatures. Honorable members, on issues of parliamentary diplomacy, I want to thank members of this House who have been participating in our multilateral fora, particularly SADC, IPU, PAP, and the BRICS Forum. Some of the interventions that our members have made through motions have really enabled our region and our interparliamentary structures to debate important issues. Honorable members, as South Africa is hosting G20 this year, Parliament will be hosting a Speaker Summit, which will take place in October, known as the P20. We have already started working through our sectoral parliaments to ensure that some of the thematic issues are debated. To this end, I want to thank members of this House who are young, who actually planned a very successful youth parliament and infused the issue of P20 in it. And we have reflected on their participation and thought that it might be good that this House support our proposal that we must have a youth caucus like we have a women's caucus to enable young people an opportunity across parties to engage on important issues that affect young people of our country. Honorable members, I wish to conclude by highlighting that despite the many constraints on the budget of Parliament, we've endeavored to find opportunities over each term for individual members to do their work as they must. We've also created space for members to raise important issues from their constituencies and be able to ensure that indeed they represent them well. Honorable members, the tabling of Budget Vote 2 will enable Parliament to focus on the key priorities which I've mentioned earlier. I would like to thank the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, chaired by Honorable Soviet Lechanyane on the side of the National Assembly and Honorable Sani Ndlovu from the NCOP, and our members for the work that they've done. Yes, they've put hawk's eyes, if I may say, on the utilization of parliamentary resources. And we thank them for that, because indeed they ensure that the resources that have been accorded to this House are utilized efficiently. We know that there are various issues that they've raised in terms of our organogram that we need to address, but also improving on our human resource policies, and also dealing with some of the legacy issues, particularly as it relates to the pension scheme of our staff, which at the moment is dual, where you have got the one that still comes from prior 1994 and after. So these are the matters that we have indicated to our Joint Standing Committee that we will continue to deal with. I wish to thank the Deputy Speaker and all our House Chairperson for supporting my work as a Speaker in ensuring that this House does its work best. But more importantly, all our committees, particularly our chief whips, who always keeps on our toes, but enable us to ensure that our program of Parliament is what we require to do. But without all of you members, Parliament cannot be able to express itself as the voice of the people. So each one of you, you owe it to yourself to pass this budget, to do your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next speaker is the Honorable Dlakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Members. I greet you all. The ANC recognizes the memorable contributions of the generation of activists and citizens who shaped the content of the people's demands as embodied and articulated in the Freedom Charter. It is that vision and its inherent aspiration that have served as a guiding light to the national liberation forces and informed the first constitution of the democratic South Africa. It sets out a vision of a country in which government is founded on the will of the people. The people of South Africa has used the various expressions of the Freedom Charter as living tools in their daily struggles, thereby giving the Freedom Charter a practical translation in their lived experience rather than an abstract idea. The ANC understands the Freedom Charter and its clauses as an effective summation of aspirations of the people of South Africa from condition of oppression to a reality of total emancipation. As such, the Freedom Charter serves today as a barometer with which the people can measure progress and development in the post-apartheid South African society. In this manner, the Freedom Charter is not an artifact that belongs to history, but is a relevant document that is of immense value and understanding and analyzing the present political situation with a sound and historically accurate understanding of the present social and political manifestation. The ANC has laid the foundation for the people's government that reflect the will of the people. We have, through laws and practices, seek to build participatory democracy in Parliament and our communities. The Freedom Charter is the cornerstone of our democratic constitution. It sets out a vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. It sets out a vision of a country in which government is founded on the will of the people, where the land is shared amongst those who work it, where the people share in the country's wealth and all are equal before the law. It is this vision that continues to guide us as we work to build the nation we all want. Honorable House Chairperson, Parliament stands as a cornerstone of a nation's democratic identity, embodying a collective will, struggles, and aspiration of its people. More than a legislative institution, it is a living heritage that reflects South Africa's journey from a divided past to a path that seeks to unite all South Africans. The essence of our democracy is that power resides with the people. Parliament, as the voice of the nation, must embody this principle through active public participation, accountability, and effective oversight. By amplifying the voices of ordinary South Africans, we ensure that the legislation and policies address the pressing socio-economic challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Public participation, Honorable House Chairperson, is at the center of achieving the values and aspirations of the people through public hearings and digital platforms. We must create accessible avenues for citizens to engage directly with the work we do in Parliament. This is not just about listening. It is about acting on the concerns raised, whether they pertain to healthcare, education, job creation, etc. Parliament should, however, improve its coverage of rural and other marginalized communities, public participation preparation processes, and funding approaches to public education, provision of language services, management of time allocations, and mechanism for providing the public with feedback. We are confident that through this budget, we will be able to improve coordination between the National Assembly and National Council of provinces and their committees, ensuring that table bills comply with prescribed minimum requirements, including translations into official languages and impact assessment, just to mention a few. Honorable House Chairperson, our oversight mechanism are critical in our daily functions, coupled with legislative authority, empowers Parliament to hold the executive accountable and ensure that resources are used effectively to uplift our people. By scrutinizing government programs, we can address systematic issues such as delays in service delivery or mismanagement of funds and redirect efforts towards tangible outcomes such as better schools, safe communities, and economic opportunities for all. This is how we translate the principle of the people shall govern into reality, by making Parliament a proactive force for transformation. The ANC has long championed the need for a Parliament that exercises rigorous oversight to fulfill its electoral mandate. In the 7th administration, we reaffirm this commitment by strengthening the institutional mechanisms that enable accountability. Central to this is the adequate funding of parliamentary committees, which serve as the engine of oversight. Budget allocation to key support structures such as the Parliamentary Budget Office, legal services, and research support are critical to empowering committees to perform their duties effectively. Honorable House Chairperson, through the budget, the ANC believes that we are fostering a Parliament that is vigilant, informed, and capable of driving meaningful change. We are ensuring that every rand spent serves the interest of South Africans, from rural communities to urban centers, and that no one is left behind. Honorable House Chairperson, the importance of capacity building for members cannot be overemphasized. We must continue to invest in the capacity of our members. Honorable members are entrusted with the immense responsibility of representing millions of South Africans scrutinizing complex policies and passing legislation that shape our country's future to To be fit for the purpose, they must be equipped with knowledge, skills, and tools to navigate through these challenges. Honorable House Chairperson, understanding fiscal policy, mastering legislative processes, and engaging with emerging issues such as climate change and digital transformation is essential to enable enhanced oversight and achieve the vision to be a transformative and activist parliament. Honorable House Chairperson, by investing in members, we will ensure that Parliament is not only reactive, but proactive, anticipating challenges and develop solutions that reflect the needs of a rapidly changing society. We encourage all members of Parliament to take advantage of this facility to harness their skills and develop their capacity. Honorable House Chairperson, 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter, we have taken not just small steps, but giant leaps to a future that creates a better life for all South Africans, and Parliament as a tribune of the people must ensure that this becomes a reality. As former President Nelson Mandela said in 1991 on the occasion of the opening of Parliament, open quote, "The foundation has been laid, the building is in progress with a new generation of leaders and a people that rolls up its sleeves in partnership for change. We can and shall build the country of our dreams. Let us recommit," close quote, "let us recommit to the principle that the people shall govern. Let us build a parliament that is not just a house of debate, but a beacon of hope, a driver of progress, and a guardian of accountability." Honorable House Chairperson, I present this and move that the budget be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I now recognize the Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, House Chair. We debate this vote as the 7th Parliament marks its first year, and what a year it has been. Reforming this House to engage in the robust engagement of which it was intended. The DA has continued to dedicate ourselves to actualizing the freedoms of all, and over the last months we have seen the results of a more representative Parliament. From the consensus of South Africans, a government was negotiated, and through this, economic plan for this Parliament was charted with its necessary hurdles. Through the will of South Africans, we eliminated the VAT increase, put the brakes on rising government debt, and began reforms to deliver jobs for all. Because of the DA's work, South Africans are tuned in again on the business of Parliament. For more than a decade, this House was a rubber stamp, but today it is at the forefront of exposing corruption, enforcing transparency, and holding the executive to account. Those in camouflage to my left sit subdued today, and some to my right shift in their seats, their dodgy dealings finally on display because of the work that is done in this place. After years of neglect under Looter-in-Chief Mr. Zuma, this House finally has the opportunity to be what it was always intended, a robust, active and reformist Parliament, a true people's House. This budget vote, through crafted in narrow fiscal constraints and the lack of some important details, contains several reforms which under ethical and committed leadership will position Parliament well in the future. The work being done on creating clear legislative and committee dashboards should be welcomed. We have an opportunity to reposition this place as a hub of citizen engagement, and we must not
Honorable
squander
Clerk,
it.
will you take your seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Chair. Rule 68. She's relevant. She mentioned somebody who's not even here.
No,
Thank
Honorable
you.
Member, that's not a point of order. I think that's an incorrect interpretation. Please proceed, Honorable Clerk.
We must do all possible to bolster citizen participation and the distribution of information, and in doing so, make full use of digital tools and technology at our disposal. Placing our day-to-day work at the public's fingertips will only enrich our own responsiveness. Plans to finally implement tracking and monitoring systems on House resolutions and the executive undertakings are long overdue. These reforms will promise in the first financial year with little outcome. It's imperative that we see follow through this time round. Without watertight internal processes to track these, we risk important issues falling through the cracks and our accountability function eroded. A related area of concern is the haphazard approach taken in appointing public office bearers, especially those serving on institutions supporting democracy. Crucial vacancies are left unfilled for much too long, and processes remain unclear and disjointed. We cannot leave these appointments vacant as if we've dropped the ball. Implementing uniform processes and clear guidelines on these items will go ways further strengthening our parliamentary democracy. But transparency is not a one-way street. We cannot expect the executive to bear it all if the House does not do so too. The lack of critical detail in this budget vote is striking. Crucial data on human resources, detailed program information, and expenditure items are missing from the vote document. The gap leaves not only the Joint Committee on its finances, but all other members of this House and the public at large completely in the dark on our spending priorities. Just as this House expects others to account to it, we must hold ourselves to the same standard. Madam Speaker, you recognize the importance of more detailed reporting in this House's budget in one of our earlier engagements this year. We hope we can hold you to that in the next cycle. That said, continued expression of funding shortages are incredibly concerning. This was echoed by the Parliamentary Budget Office, and the stated 521 million shortfall to the current budget requires immediate and decisive action. We are happy to hear that the Executive Authority has already undertaken to negotiate this gap with Treasury and to consult with the FFC on funding reforms. But these discussions cannot take place later. They must take place now. A R500 million gap in the National Legislature's budget, compounding R1 billion reduction over the last 6 years, are not matters to be left unaddressed. They will come back to haunt us. In the meantime, internal financial oversights must be strengthened. Parliamentary processes must be streamlined and functions modernized to save costs where we can, so that we can spend where we must. Travel management processes must be rationalized, delegation sizes revisited, and the travel policy reviewed. Procurement systems must be made efficient and key vacancies filled. These cost containment measures will only be effective if they are truly cost-cutting and innovative, and do not simply scrape the surface of the problem. Madam Speaker, this House has a great responsibility to bear. We must not only oversee the executive and hold it to account, but lead by example in transparency, accountability, and excellence. The reforms promised in this budget are hopeful, but must be matched with the urgency, follow-through, and commitment to real change. This Parliament must be more than a symbol of our hard-won democracy. It must function as its engine. We owe it to the voters who sent us here to be the guardians of public funding, the watchdog of their rights, to modernize as the times change, and to build a legislature that is proactive as it is innovative and always in tune with millions of South Africans we serve. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable van der Weyden.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. In compliance with the provision of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act, MPs representing various political parties work tirelessly to ensure that the plans presented by the Speaker and the NCOP Chairperson and the Secretary to Parliament are accordingly aligned and respond to the mandate of Parliament as espoused by most MPs during the parliamentary induction sessions. Chairperson, it is important for all to know that this budget vote set the tone for the funding model of the 7th Administration Parliament. It outlines and lays the foundation of how the 7th Parliament is going to execute on its 5-year strategic and performance plans. Some of the plans meant to fund this 3.58 billion budget vote include the following: capacitation of MPs in holding executive accountable, capacitation of parliament committees in execution of their oversight role, funding of constituency offices across the length and breadth of our beloved country, improvement of parliament public participation programs to give effect to the principle of People's Parliament and the slogan of the people shall govern, which has been turned into a rhetoric as well as the most abused concept so far. It is heartbreaking, honorable members, and disappointing, House Chairperson, to indicate that because of the so-called GNU fiscal strategy, which promotes fiscal consolidation and austerity measures, this budget vote is very, very far from being an adequate tool through which we are going to realize the novel plans that has been crafted by the collective of MPs from political parties. It is important to know that because of fiscal consolidation policies, the parliament budget has been reduced by 1.82 billion over the last 6 years. And this trend I can confirm is continuing. This budget vote confirms the budget shortfall of a whopping 521 million for this financial year only. And this is projected, of course, to reach 1.82 billion in the medium-term expenditure framework period. How are we going to ensure that our people in underserved communities and rural areas understand and take full advantage of the parliament public participation process with this shortfall? How are we going to ensure that in this 4th industrial revolution era, parliament systems are fully automated with this shortfall? As if this wasn't enough, the parliament restoration project is also faced with problems and delays causing incurrence of more than budgeted resources. This situation is further compounded by the failure of the Department of Public Works to ensure that the dome that was installed to serve as an alternative infrastructure for parliament plenaries is fit for purpose. As a result of this DA-led ministry failure, Parliament is now forced to hire private venues at a very exorbitant rates. As much as the DA minister and the DG of the department has successfully evaded committee meetings, we are reliably informed that it is going to cost 39 million more for the dome to be fit for purpose. That is after spending 40 million on the same item. All this happening on the watch of a minister portrayed by South African wide control media as being beyond reproach. While still wondering where to find the money to make up for our shortfalls invested appropriation bill. The so-called GNU is imposing another commission of inquiry and a bloated cabinet on South Africans. A disgraced minister is put on special leave, and a white capital-linked professor is dubiously introduced as an acting minister. All this drain the country's resources needed to create jobs and grow economy.
Honorable member, will you take your seat, please? The Honorable Minister Mantashe.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm raising on Rule 92. I'm raising on Rule 92. It's a point of order. Uthathwa into engadibananga nale budget because iphatha ina program. Abantu bayo kabasetrongweni. I raise a finger.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Out of order.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Out of order.
Thank you,
Members.
Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yeah, I think the Minister, order, Honorable members. Order, Honorable members. Order, Honorable members. Now, I'm following the debate very carefully, and as long as the member contextualize it within the parliamentary work that we are doing across committees, I will allow the member to continue. And if needed, I will make a considered ruling if that is necessary. Please continue, Honorable van der Weyden.
We need, Honorable House Chairperson, these resources that all of a sudden are not now linked to the budget process. The resources that will be used in this useless commission that is going to be established. And of course, the payment that is going to be incurred by the Minister on special leave, as well as the acting minister who was dubiously appointed. These are the resources that we need to appropriate accordingly to committees of parliament. We need to appropriate accordingly to programs of government. So there's no misplacement on that submission. Chairperson, South Africa is a rich country endowed with a plethora of mineral resources. It is scandalous for its parliament to be pleading poverty. Lastly, House Chairperson, let me indicate that Chairperson,
Honorable van der Weyden.
lastly, House
Honorable van der Weyden. Honorable van der Weyden, just take your seat, please. Why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Deputy Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Does the honorable member believe that Feroz Kacharia is
No, Honorable
is
Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. No, you can't just go ahead and ask a question. You must first find out if the member is prepared to take a question.
Does he believe that?
No, you
He's a wife.
Capital. Out of order, Deputy Minister. Please continue, Honorable van der Weyden.
Lastly, House Chairperson,
Honorable members.
No,
No, okay, Honorable van der Weyden, continue. We stop the clock there.
Lastly, House Chairperson, Parliament is the legislative authority of our country. Therefore, it must be capacitated and empowered to execute its constitutional assigned mandate without any reliance or being at the mercy of support from other arms of the state. It is an anomaly that we depend on those that must account to us for our efficiency. It's a serious anomaly. Hence, as MK Party, we are calling for the following: full capacitation of an independent parliament to run and execute its affairs and projects without reliance on government departments like Department of Public Works. Our villages are collapsing because we are relying on public works. We can't even do sporting activities in our villages. Our families can't enjoy sporting activities in our villages because of public works that is collapsing. We are urging SMK Party that we must establish a multi-party parliamentary budget committee that will reinforce the Speaker and the NCOP Chairperson to lobby and mobilize resources for Parliament from national fiscus. It is out of principle, not protest, that MK Party reject this budget vote as unrealistic and reinforcing dependency on those that we should be holding accountable. This budget vote, we can assure you now, this budget vote will dismally fail to strengthen Parliament's role as the true representative of the people of South Africa. In its current form, it perpetuates elitism and inefficiency. MK raised its concern, Honorable Speaker, about the factors taken into account to determine allocations to committee. Select and portfolio committees are allocated 3 million each, more than other committees. I think we should send a word of caution to committee leadership, committee chairpersons. This allocation should not be treated as a blank check. You have been allocated 180 million to execute on your mandate. And as MKP, we call for committee chairpersons to develop committee plans that should indicate how are they going to utilize these allocations. And of course, as the relevant committee of Parliament, we will be holding them accountable on the utilization of these particular allocations. And of course, we will be digging deep to establish the factors that has obviously made it possible for disparities in allocations to various committees. Hopefully in the next financial year, we'll come with a clear proposal after committees have presented plans and those plans has been tried and tested. Ralebo Hamdullah Stulo, budget if it doesn't come anywhere closer to assisting us to realize our mandate. Unfortunately, as MK Party, we are not going to support it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Nolochungu.
Honorable House Chairperson, today we are not just here to talk about numbers in a budget. We are standing in the fire of bad decisions. Decisions that this House was warned about. For years, the EFF warned that cutting Parliament budget would weaken our democracy. We warned that ignoring opposition voices would destroy public trust. We warned that treating Parliament like a slideshow would come back to haunt you. This 3.6 billion budget is meant to fund Parliament. It should help us do our work, hold ministers accountable, pass laws, meet the people, and protect the Constitution. But this budget does the opposite. It starves Parliament of the money it needs to function. It makes it harder for committees to meet. It prevents MPs from visiting communities. It blocks public hearings. It allows ministers to dodge accountability with no consequences. What you are seeing is not just a financial problem. It is a threat to democracy. Parliament is still recovering from the fire that destroyed parts of this House. Yet, even as we try to rebuild, we are being asked to operate under austerity. Where must committees meet when there are not enough rooms? How can people see our work when many meetings are not streamed online? How do we serve the people when the tools to do the job are being taken away? All of this is happening while billions are wasted on corruption, a bloated cabinet, and endless dialogues and commissions of inquiry. Yet Parliament, the heart of our democracy, must struggle to survive. A weakened and underfunded Parliament translates to a weaker democracy. Nevertheless, the EFF does not just complain. We offer clear solutions. Solution number one, secure proper venues so that committee work can continue uninterrupted. Fund public participation so that ordinary people can take part in making of laws.
Appoint more researchers for committees, particularly legal researchers for the Bills Office. Appoint more language practitioners so that we can translate all official languages and not only English and Afrikaans. We need our people to hear their parliament in Tsonga, Tswana, Shivenda, Ndebele, and all other languages. Appoint more librarians. Members of parliament are told they cannot get books because there are no librarians to assist them. Broadcast all meetings online so that citizens can see how decisions are made. Fix the scheduling system, ensuring all parties, especially the opposition, have fair access to meetings. Hold ministers accountable, ensure they answer questions, attend meetings, or face consequences. These are not luxuries. They are the basics of our work in Parliament, and they require a proper budget, not this weak and insulting allocation. For too long, Parliament has been turned into a rubber stamp for the executive. Some presiding officers show clear bias, shutting down opposition voices. Important committee work is rushed or cancelled. And when we speak out, we are labeled as disruptive. But we will not be quiet while the institution is being destroyed. We did not come here to decorate seats. We came here to represent the people and defend the Constitution. And we cannot do that with a broken budget. Honorable members, this budget vote fails the people, weakens Parliament, allows the executive to escape accountability, and pushes us further away from the democracy we fought for. We are here to say enough is enough. Fund Parliament properly and respect its work and day-to-day operations. If you continue to poke the fire, do not be surprised when it burns you. The EFF reject budget vote you. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Tebekulu. Order, honorable members. Order.
Thank you, as Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
As Chairperson,
Order, honorable members.
the IFP welcomes Parliament's stated commitment to strengthening oversight mechanisms, including better tracking of executive resolutions, improved coordination with other spheres of government, and the proposed implementation of consequence management for executives' non-responsiveness. However, we are concerned that oversight often ends at paper and not at impact. Too many questions go unanswered. Too many reports are tabled but not implemented. Parliament must not be a commentator on government performance. It must be its constitutional regulator. Parliament has fallen short in reaching rural and marginalized communities, and certain bills have been even been declared unconstitutional due to inadequate public participation. We represent thousands of rural South Africans whose voices are too often left behind. The initiatives to translate bills into all official languages, enhance public hearings with a pre-engagement education, and leverage social media and digital platforms to broaden access. This will be highly welcomed if done. However, let us go further. Constituency offices must be empowered to function as mini parliaments with resources to hold local public hearings and facilitate petitions processes. Parliament must invest in mobile democracy units, teams that go into rural communities to raise awareness and record input, and feedback loops must be formalized. The people must not only speak, they must be heard. acknowledged, and responded to. While the strategic priorities are clear oversight, lawmaking appointments, international engagement, the ability of Parliament to deliver on them depends on its people, systems, and infrastructure. As a symbol of democracy, Parliament must model the ethical, capable, and developmental state we seek to build. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports the budget vote for Parliament, and we do so with a clear expectation that this institution must become more open, more responsive, and more effective. Let us build a Parliament that not only passes laws, but ensures they are felt in the people's lives, not only host debates, but holds the executive to account, and not only invites the people to speak, but ensures they are truly heard. Let this seventh Parliament not be remembered for its vision statements, but for its moral courage, service, and impact. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Peters.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, fellow South Africans, as a proud voice of the Patriotic Alliance, I rise today to express our firm support for Parliament's 2025-26 budget and to endorse the strategic direction set forth in the 2024-2029 strategic plan of the 7th Parliament. We see this budget not as a spreadsheet, but as a statement of political intent, a roadmap for restoring dignity, enabling oversight, and turning parliamentary power into public progress. Budget gaps must not undermine our mandate, and we welcome the allocation, but we must confront the hard reality of a 521 million shortfall. This is more than an accounting issue, it's a challenge to our constitutional mandate. How can Parliament effectively oversee executive action, strengthen legislation, and ensure community participation while underfunded? The Patriotic Alliance demands that the Parliament's core functions never be compromised by budget limitations. Madam Speaker, spending must prioritize oversight and service. We note the 992 million allocation for legislation and oversight, which reflects a significant increase of 150%. This increase is a positive step, but more must be done. We call that greater resources for community-driven oversight structures, enhanced funding for Parliamentary Budget Office, ensuring unbiased analysis, stronger support for constituency outreach, especially in the marginalized areas. Oversight must not be a paper exercise, but it must be people-powered. The annual performance plan outlines 5 key outcomes: strengthened oversight, effective lawmaking, inclusive public participation, member capacity, and institutional reform. These goals are commendable, but action is what counts. We push for rural digitization, not just urban innovation, real skills development, not symbolic training, public participation that starts in townships, not just on televised panels. In Parliament, if Parliament is to be transformative, it must meet communities where they are, not where the cameras are. In conclusion, as South Africa prepares to host the G20 Summit and P20 Speakers Forum, Parliament must embody both global standards and local relevance. We support digital transformation, but reject any strategy that sidelines South African workers, dilutes public access, or widens inequality. Madam Speaker, this budget is a start but not the finish line. The Patriotic Alliance supports it because we believe in building a Parliament that works, not just speaks for the people. We stand for the mother running a creche with no funding, the youth demanding jobs and justice, the pensioner carrying her household on one government grant. Let this budget be more than numbers. Let it be a commitment, a promise that Parliament belongs to all South Africans and its finances must reflect that truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize the Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Frolik.
I appreciate the excitement. No, good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and the members of the executive, the chief whips and leaders of political parties that we work with in the Chief Whips Forum under the very cooperative circumstances, the National Assembly Programming Committee, and members of Parliament. Having listened to the inputs thus far, Madam Speaker, it reminds me almost as if we are a big orchestra, each one with its unique sounds, but very important to the production that must ultimately come out. Very complex place, complex to bring everything together. We need to collaborate. There's rich meaning in what everyone is saying. And this can only be achieved through the speaker and support of political parties to ensure the coordination, the respect for the role of each member of Parliament and party, and the shared purpose that we can produce the type of response our people deserve. The Speaker has reflected on the political task team and the political working group that worked on the strategic plan of the 7th administration, and I was privileged to lead that engagement. And as discussions took place this afternoon, Speaker, you can hear the same issues emerging. So members know exactly what needs to be improved and where we need to focus on. I'm thus not going to explore and go into depth of each of the issues that was raised in the political working group, but look at how can we fix some of these weaknesses? How far are we in the office of the Speaker in dealing with issues around the lawmaking process, public participation, the tracking of House resolutions, petitions, the committee system, and also the office supporting the institution of democracy, the offices supporting the institutions of democracy. Members have, over a period of time, expressed very deep concern over the time that it takes to process legislation, but also the quality of the legislation that we must produce. This is exacerbated by the fact that towards the end of every 5-year term of Parliament, we are flooded with legislation from the executive. And we need to improve on the legislative program so that it can be more predictable for portfolio committees and the select committees in the NCOP to do the work, quality work that is required. The weakness in our lawmaking process were confirmed by the Constitutional Court. In May 2023, the court handed down a judgment in an application brought by certain individuals, as well as the organizations and the communities they represent. The applicants applied directly to the court for an order declaring that the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces, and all 9 provincial legislatures failed to fulfill their constitutional obligations to facilitate reasonable public involvement in the passing of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act 3 of 2019. The court upheld the application and noted, and I want to quote, "Although Parliament has a discretion to determine the manner in which to fulfill its obligation to facilitate public participation, the process followed must be reasonable," close quote. This is the standard for public involvement established by the court in previous judgments. The court found deficiencies in all the stages of the public hearing process. Now, at this point, we went to do an analysis and we found out it was more technical in nature. Technical because through the processes that unfolded, we simply could not produce across the legislative sector everything that is required. It didn't mean that work was not done, but it's all over the place. Question is, how do we fix this problem, keeping in mind that we spent as a legislative sector, over 20 million rand in public participation processes associated with this bill. We cannot view thus public participation as a box-ticking exercise. It needs to be meaningful, it must be planned properly, and it must be executed efficiently. Furthermore, we must deal with those in society that look in the weaknesses of our public participation processes to delay transformation and bills that have an impact on transformation to be promulgated. It is therefore essential that we need clear, accurate, accessible record keeping of all processes that committees are involved with. In this respect, the office has developed a public participation portal that will house every single step as far as the development of legislation is concerned. This portal will ensure that there's transparency in the National Assembly, National Council of Provinces, and all the 9 provincial legislatures. It will also ensure us then, when there's inquiries coming, whether it's from the presidency or from outside bodies for particular information to be furnished, that we can produce it at the click of a button. It will also ensure that all members of parliament will ultimately have access to this portal so that they can see where we are in the lawmaking process. We have also noted the concern by the Honourable Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC around the geographical spread of public hearings. What we have done is to add to the portal a Google Maps locator that clearly indicates to us where these public participation processes are taking place. And I must indicate, honourable members, it is urban-based. Very, very seldom do we go into rural areas. And this portal will assist us so that we can guide the committees to focus on the relevant urban, yes, peri-urban, as well as rural areas that exist. As part of our strategic objective of impactful lawmaking, 2 committees are also participating in the pilot legislative impact assessment framework. This is to ensure that legislation that is passed by Parliament, promulgated by the President, actually meets the intended objectives why it was put in place. Does it really bring about meaningful change to the lives of our people? And this is of critical importance. The other aspect that featured prominently during our consultative process in the political working group is sectoral parliaments. Now, it's important that we create meaningful platforms for engagement where diverse interest groups can interact directly with Parliament on issues that significantly affect their lives and their communities. In line with this vision, we hosted a very successful P20 Youth Parliament and will soon convene the P20 Women's Parliament in August 2025. These engagements reminded us of the true responsiveness that's required by all our members of society, and not only the political party representatives that are here in Parliament. It's important also that, in line with what was indicated by previous speakers around climate change, that we continue with the webinars to equip our members in the form of a climate parliament that will be taking place. This novel approach to stakeholder engagement embraces innovation, it strengthens strategic partnership, and it deepens our commitment to participatory democracy. This approach was displayed when we hosted the P20 Youth Parliament, as indicated under the theme, and I quote, Youth Economic Participation, Employment and Opportunities, Developing a Medium-Term Youth Development Agenda for South Africa's Youth, close quote. It was refreshing, honourable members, to see all these young people coming into Parliament, diverse across the country, different backgrounds. But I was particularly struck by one youthful member of society who came from Umtata. It was at the same time when there was severe flooding taking place in the area. She's from a rural community and she missed a flight to Cape Town. You know what she did? Out of her own pocket, she booked a ticket on a bus and traveled all the way via East London to Cape Town, a 14-hour journey, just to be in Parliament and to make a difference for a voice to be heard. And I think We need this type of encouragement and visionary participation as displayed by Ms. Matumane. In her courageous contribution, she demonstrated the importance of intergenerational collaboration and servant leadership. But she was also fiscally responsible because she knew, although Parliament booked the ticket, I missed it, I'm going to use my own money to get a bus ticket to make participation possible. This dynamism was further displayed by the Miss Teenager Universe Africa, a certain Ms. Jacobs, and she said, and I quote, "Let's make our voices heard, leveraging on our unique perspectives and experiences. We will learn from each other, share ideas, and build partnerships that will last a lifetime." And this shows the value that our society have in being involved with and in Parliament. Reflection was also made during our engagements with members of Parliament in the political working group on petitions. And I'm pleased, honourable members, that the National Assembly Rules Committee have now agreed to establish the Committee on Petitions and Government Undertakings, and we need to get this work done as soon as possible. In terms of the chairpersons of committees forum, that is the National Chairpersons Forum, where we are commonly referred to as the chairs of chairs. We've had our first meeting for the 7th administration, and we believe that this collaboration within the legislative sector will allow us to make better informed decisions, streamline operations, and enhance coordination. Committees. And honourable members, I must express my sheer delight, Honourable Speaker, on the new financial allocation that's being made to committees with a baseline of 3 million rand. It's way above what we previously had, where committees were not really sure what is in their budget, how the budget can be utilized. But I share the word of caution that was sounded by the Honourable Van Rooyen. In that respect, the office will be preparing guidelines for chairpersons to ensure that our core constitutional mandate and responsibilities are executed in terms of the lawmaking process, oversight, and also holding and keeping the executive accountable. The enormous powers that committees have in terms of Rule 167 is clearly indicative of the power that rests in Parliament. The Auditor General recently made scathing findings on the state of finances of municipalities, and that will require decisive intervention of both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. Committees generally should thus not feel restricted to respond to matters of national importance. There's nothing stopping you. That is why certain committees, such as the Public Accounts Committee that will conduct an inquiry into millions that has gone lost over the years in the Road Accident Fund, together with the Committee on Transport, will interrogate the matter. The Portfolio Committee on Higher Education is seized in holding the Minister accountable in terms of the processes on certain appointments that was to be made, as well as the COCTA Committee that will be embarking on visits across the country, starting with Free State, going to Gauteng and the Eastern Cape to look at the responsibilities of local and provincial governments. And in this respect, they will work with the NCOP. While we encourage this robust exchanges taking place between committees, we don't want to just watch TikTok all the time and YouTube to see which member is now the star of the week in terms of holding the executive accountable. We must use these powers, but also in a very responsible way, because we need to foster a relationship so that members from society and entities can feel free to come to Parliament, that they can be engaged robustly, and that we do so in a manner that do not bring the institution into disrepute. In terms of the implementation of an automated resolutions monitoring and tracking solution, we will develop or are in the process of finalizing the development of a shared portal as well, so that we know exactly where ministers must reply, if they meet the deadline, and if they didn't meet the deadline. And that also will be transparent so that all members can see where we are in terms of these different interventions. This can also be utilized, honorable members, to assist with the coordination on the institution supporting democracy, whose work complement parliamentary committees. Committee system can only work if each member of parliament in those committees play a decisive role. You must know how the program is developed. Honorable members, you have an interest to see if you're embarking on public engagement and oversight, where you're going to, how much money will be spent, even more so that you will have control over your own budgets. Honorable members, in conclusion, I want to state that each member's voice or part in this orchestra is unique, it's essential and powerful only when all of us collaborate from our different backgrounds towards a common outcome. May we take up this responsibility with renewed commitment so that together we produce a response that our nation truly deserves. I want to thank the Honourable Speaker for guidance and support, as well as the support from the parliamentary staff. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I will now recognize Honorable Tenner.
Thank you, House Chair. Agbare voorsitter en deur u agbare speaker, ons leef in moeilike en interessante tye. Die wêreld is besig om teen 'n snelle pas te verander en weens tegnologiese vooruitgang selfs vinniger as vantevore. Die politieke landskap, plaaslik en internasionaal, is onstuimig en ons word daagliks met geweldige maatskaplike misdaad, werkloosheid, elektrisiteitsvoorsiening, lewenskoste en ander krisisse in die gesig gestaar. COVID-19 en staatskaping het geweldige skade aangerig. Volgehoue bedrog en korrupsie in regeringsinstansies, die algehele verval van dienslewering, veral op plaaslike regeringsvlak en ongekende lae vertroue in die regering, die regbank en die parlement het die agtergrond geskep waarteen die 2024 algemene verkiesing plaasgevind het en die 7de parlement gevorm is. Within this global, continental and domestic context, the 7th Parliament formed 4 strategic priorities to address pressing national concerns and strengthen democratic governance. These priorities include strengthening oversight, enhancing legislative processes, improving public appointment processes, and improving international engagements. These are very noble strategic priorities, but if they do not translate into actual, tangible results, they will not be worth the paper they were written on. It has been said many times in this House before that Parliament has been reduced to a mere rubber stamp. Our oversight capabilities are sometimes regarded as no more than an irritation by some in the executive arm of state. Where boxes are merely ticked because they have to be, where questions to the executive, for instance, are not properly answered, where certain ministers do not prioritize the business of Parliament, namely holding them accountable by not attending question and answer sessions, where questions are sometimes even answered by a flippant Google it, and I dare say in certain cases we are even being blatantly lied to more than we think. We cannot and must not allow the authority of Parliament to be undermined and the importance of this institution to be eroded in this manner. Trust in Parliament as an institution is at an all-time low, unfortunately. According to the latest HSRC South African Social Attitudes Survey, trust in the Parliament declined from 65% in 2004 to 26% in 2023, while distrust grew from 20% in 2004 to 61% in 2023. That means that roughly 6 out of 10 South Africans do not have trust in us as an institution to give effect to our constitutional mandate and to ensure proper oversight over and service delivery by the executive. There are many reasons for this, some I have mentioned, but they also include the manner in which public participation is treated as a rubber stamp, done only because it is required by legislation, another tick box exercise, but where the voice of those on whose behalf we do this work is lost and ignored for the sake of political point scoring. Nog 'n rede vir die lae vertroue van Suid-Afrikaners in die parlement is die wyse waarop sekere lede hulle self in hierdie huis gedra. Blaatante gebrek aan respek en professionaliteit en totale verontagsaming van die reëls is deesdae aan die orde van die dag en sal ernstig aangespreek moet word. Natuurlik ook die feit dat ons nie daarin kan slaag om 'n werkbare struktuur vir parlementsittings teen 'n billike prys te bewerkstellig nie. Ons trek al amper by R50 miljoen vir die wit olifant koepel en daar is geen beduidende einde in sig nie. Speaker and Chairperson, the preamble of the Constitution states that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. So too does the Parliament belong to all who live in South Africa. It is not our playground to do as we please, nor is it an institution to be disregarded or misled. We owe it to the people of South Africa to give effect to our mandate in the strongest possible way. Only then will we regain the trust of the people of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now recognize Honorable Letlape.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Speaker. I ask myself, through 6 parliaments, 30 years, what have we achieved? And what I get is that in that period, we are number 1 in terms of being the most unequal society in the world. We have taken apartheid to new heights. We are a violent country, as we testified against ourselves in the White House. We are probably getting to a point now where we will be more violent than war-torn areas. We are a nation where a chant of kill a farmer, kill a Boer has been normalized. And as a member of Action SA, where our leader in Parliament is a white farmer, I find that offensive. And I don't know where these budgets will take us when we are the society that we are. We talk about being the voice of the people, but that voice is not with the people. How can you be a voice of the people when you are not with them? We sit with a health infrastructure that is falling apart. We talk about everyone entitled to healthcare. And our public facilities are collapsing because of that. And we will not be seen dead in those public facilities. We talk about a freedom charter that is 70 years old. Even in the Bible, after 70, you die. Now they say this country belongs to all who live in it. We've turned our townships into refugee camps. And unless at the top we begin to discuss about those issues, we are asking for a budget to continue what has been done by 6 parliaments without having a discussion of what went wrong and how do we fix it. We sit here when we are a divided country. Even when we speak of a government of national unity, they become a prime example of disunity. We are the ones sent here by the parties elected by the people. Unless we have a different conversation, we are funding a calamity. You cannot come and ask for more money to do the same thing and hope you're going to get different results. Ain't gonna happen. We've now normalized shortfalls in budget. Parliament is being given a 10% shortfall in budget. Now let me tell you, a shortfall in a budget, if you vote for it, you are voting for failure. We see that transmitted through all our ministries. There's no money for this. There's no money for this. And we wonder why our government is failing. We need to have a strategic discussion about leading and not outsource a dialogue about changing the direction of South Africa to people that are not elected. We need to have that discussion. As Action SA, we will not support this budget because supporting a shortfall budget is to support failure.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Swift.
Thank you, House Chair. William Shakespeare once wrote, "There's a tide in the affairs of men, which when taken at its flood leads on to victory. That tide is rising now. It's a clarion call against crime and violence in the country, against corruption in SAPS, in the criminal justice sector, and even in the judiciary. And it's a cry of helpless communities ravaged by crime and violence who say no more and rightfully demand action. The ACDP welcomes the oversight role that Parliament will play in ventilating the explosive revelations raised by General Makwanazi. We're answering the question, who guards the guards? And whilst I appreciate the Speaker from Action South Africa painting a dismal picture of Parliament, and we need to accept that, but Parliament still does a lot of good work. There's a lot of exercise of good work and accountability. And we will see this in this oversight function. We will see it as we saw in the ESCOM oversight inquiry. Yes, it will be an oversight inquiry. We're not able to criminally investigate the allegations, but we can ensure they are properly investigated. We can ensure that whistleblowers are protected. And indeed, history and the electorate will deal harshly with those of us in the 7th Parliament who do not exercise our oversight role effectively. And as we start rebuilding the walls physically of our fire-ravaged Parliament, may we start with exposing the rot and corruption as General Makwanazi has done. Let us be examples of servant leadership who understand stewardship and state resources. As far as the budget is concerned, it's correct that we as MPs have failed in using our powers. According to the Appropriations Committee, only 2 committees have approached it to adjust their budgets. It may be that the deadlines are too short or too tight. If that is the case, Honourable Speaker, I raised that last year. Let's look at the deadlines. Let's make use of our powers. Let's not just wring our hands and say there's no money when we can shift the budget. We've got the power, but to date, it's not been used. Lastly, the ACDP would like to thank the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, House Chairs, Secretary to Parliament, and all the dedicated staff members for their incredible hard work and commitment this past year. I'd like to thank those staff members like Advocate Adhikari sitting at the back, who's retired, and those who will be retiring soon, like Captain Renice Stradom of the SAPS, who after 42 years will be retiring at the end of this month. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Kwankwa.
Malibongwe. Siyabulela mayilite speaker ndizokukhumsha mina. Sihleli apha nalo rhulumente uxakwe kwakhe ibhoma pha ngaphesheya. Qala inixakele la bhoma masivele sofaka amakhwenkwe siwaculela usomagwaza kuba laa ntente ngurhulumente onjani lohlulwa intente kuqale kuspendi 12 million kudwe seyispendile 12 million kufunwe enye imali sasinixelele sathi yekani lanobenani naba babeyifuna nabo batshayela ngeentšiya ngoku bonke abasathethi le nto ifanele iyathethwa ibaxakile laa domi. Number 1. 2, batshayela ngeentšiya babhidile bakhumsha bathetha izilwimi ngathi bakwinkonzo yosindiso. Nke uakhawunta ngale domi iwaste yemali sibe sisakha ipalamente apha fanele sihambe sojonga laa nto yakhiwa phaa ngulaa minister angakhumshi nje laa nto ibidilika every time kufuneka kuhlelwe kuyo ngaphakathi. Ifana nesakhiwo zale palamente, Speaker, ningakhi indlu kanomyayi apha because ayidiphelele nale nto kunini kumane kushifti deadlines. Sasisikhumshe sesingesi sezi deadlines kwakule term idlulileyo nangoku andisamqondi nalo DBS ingathi uyafana nje ne-public works into yahlukileyo i-presentation zabo zintle kunezikanantsi. Hayi ndandikhona na last day kuloo committee nanisathetha the same English. Oko kuthethwa about postponement kushiftwa yonke into no accountability beke sonyondla pha ngesixhosa ndathumela ntamnani borhoba sibonile pha into bakukhutshwe nje inkunkuma kwakhiwa kodwa niphinde nithi niyagqiba ukwakha kulo nyaka zayo. Abantu benu bebegileka pha engathi kufika amapolisa zama uqonda ukuthi kumanxe ndawo le nto make senzeni oversight sibakhawulele sibajonge singapheleli nje kwi-boardrooms. Okwesibini, Speaker, sikwazi umane sithetha nge-public participation apha. Senza nje undize kule budget process le izawupaswa kule veki zayo ngukho sathi uyedwa ofika u-engage apha. Kuba abantu bakuthi abazi-understanding ngamezi processes, asibenzanga ukuthi bazazi ukuze bakwazi ungenelela kuzo. Ukhosatu yi-ANC, Tripartite Alliance, ndiqinisekile into yoba le budget uyinqaku lingekezi kwalapha epalamente uyaphinda ngoku uzokhomenta kuyo xa ilapha. Hayi bo, niyasiphatha mos njalo. Nisibetha ngemfiphindiwe. Ithetha ukuthi kule budget siyipasa i-public participation khange niyibone. Sithethe sodwa nashumayela nodwa niyiqala phaa nize nizoyiganga apha niphinde niyikhumshele niphinde nithi i-public participation ibikhona ibingekho. Bapha abantu basezilalini asibavanga mandi nincome ke kodwa kwinto eyi-one. Ngale nto establisha le committee speaker yokuphanda yonke le nto. Enye into abantu abayidelelayo ngepalamente yaseMzantsi Afrika. Thina apha simane senza ingqushu. Sihlonitshiwe phaa ngaphandle kwi-diplomacy. Kakhulu ngenxeni ye-principled positions that we continue to take on global matters, on geopolitical issues. We should continue with that good work, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. As the National Assembly, we are part of arguably the most challenging times Parliament has had to traverse. A new dynamic that extends far beyond the physical reconstruction of this crucial institution following the devastating fire in January 2022. This new dynamic encompasses the very essence of how our Assembly is constituted, how it functions, and how it engages with the citizens we represent. However, honourable members, change and new ways of doing things are often costly and uncomfortable, as we have experienced during the first year of the 7th Parliament. To truly rise to the new challenges and demands requires not only the significant investment needed to refurbish and restore our physical infrastructure, but also strategic investment in our members and the support services necessary for Parliament to function effectively in a new political landscape. And I agree with many of the members who have spoken. Parliament has been under-resourced relative to its constitutional importance. Successful navigation in our challenging economic environment demands sufficient funding, financial prudence, and administrative excellence. The budget allocation for Parliament must reflect its status as South Africa's legislative authority. We cannot allow this cornerstone of our democracy to be neglected when it needs investment most. Honourable Chairperson, the May 2024 general elections delivered a clear message from the electorate. They wanted change. 52 political parties contested these elections, and for the first time in our democratic history, independent candidates were also allowed to contest. And as a result, we see new faces throughout both the National Assembly and the Council of Provinces. New political dynamics and an energy that reflects the democratic will of South Africans. And I can perhaps also say that the new energy and the new dynamics have played out in this House, and we have to deal with that and appreciate it. We are now 1 year into the 7th Parliament, and the scale of the new dynamic has been remarkable. More than half of the members of the National Assembly, 60%, are new. We have also welcomed many young parliamentarians, representing 19% of the House, who bring fresh perspectives from our youth demographic, and we cannot ignore their input. We also have 18 parties represented in Parliament, which obviously also created many challenges in terms of our rules and our procedures. And a number of these new parties have also had to learn to navigate our complex parliamentary system. Accordingly, We're trying to learn them, Honourable Member, or teach them. And in this regard, Honourable Member, to reply to that, enhanced members' capacity has been adopted as one of the 7th Parliament's priorities. In the National Assembly, this will be achieved through an annual member capacity building program comprising various training modalities. Now, our first National Assembly capacity building session under this program was held 19 and 20 June, focusing on parliamentary rules and procedures, the budget process, public participation, and Parliament and the P20. Honourable members, it is very important that we view capacity building and training not just as another box-ticking exercise, but that we really take into consideration the needs of the members of Parliament. And that is why these training areas were identified following a skills assessment questionnaire completed by members in February this year. And the feedback from these sessions have been overwhelmingly positive. And I have to thank all the members who have participated in the training sessions. We have conducted an online survey after each session, which revealed that 96.3% of the respondents found the training valuable, while highlighting opportunities for enhancement in delivery format, engagement methodology, and practical application. Most respondents indicated a preference for in-person training sessions rather than online delivery to enhance engagement. In addition to more frequent training, members also expressed an interest in learning through interactive case studies and practical examples beyond theoretical overviews. Some interesting forward-looking training areas suggested by respondents, and I also want to thank members for that, included integrating modern technology in parliamentary processes while guarding against AI-generated content manipulation in public consultation processes. We have informed our training organisers of this feedback, and we commit to enhancing our training based on members' input. Now, as part of our parliamentary diplomacy, we have received numerous offers of collaboration from potential international partners towards capacity building. Colleagues from other parliaments have expressed interest in peer-to-peer learning and other knowledge-sharing initiatives between our parliament and theirs, which holds much potential for members' professional development and strengthening their skills in various areas of parliamentary work. We will continue engaging with potential partners to fully...
No, Honorable Lucas. Honorable Lucas, please, can you mute your mic?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, please continue.
Honorable Chairperson, as we rebuild our physical infrastructure, we are simultaneously modernizing our operations, despite significant budget constraints that we are all aware of. We envision a modern parliament that harnesses technology to become more accessible to all South Africans. Imagine, honourable members, a parliament where all bills are translated into all our official languages, where committee reports and parliamentary records are available within hours in all our languages, and where the public can access and navigate our website in the language of their choice. And with artificial intelligence entering the parliamentary sphere, this vision is more possible than ever before. We are engaging in critical conversations about AI policy and regulation while exploring its ethical usage within Parliament. The ICT Focus Group has agreed to initiate targeted conversations on AI use in Parliament by exploring international experiences to inform our modernisation decisions. Now, honourable members, although these are exciting prospects for translation as part of the language services offering in Parliament, one of the challenges and one of the concerning aspects remain interpreting. In order for Parliament to give effect to the Constitution and the language rights enshrined therein, as well as Parliament's language policy, interpreting services have to be enhanced and supported. Simultaneous interpreting allows members to express themselves in the language of their choice, which enables them to give full expression of their thoughts and arguments. The reality is, however, that Parliament's budget does not provide for the full realization of this service. We know that we are underspending on that. We know that we don't have the full capacity that we need. But we have to also understand what it requires to provide interpreting services. Simultaneous interpreting is one of the most complex cognitive functions that a person can undertake in the sphere of language. Imagine, honorable members, that you have to listen to a language and simultaneously, within nanoseconds, convey that into another language, not losing the meaning, not losing the nuances. So it is therefore not only a matter of anyone who can speak 2 or more languages can immediately become an interpreter. It requires years of training. In most instances, internationally, the standard is such that it is at a master's degree level. So finding interpreters for all the different languages we have is not an easy task, and that is part of our program. We, at this point, have capacity for 44 interpreters. We don't have that full capacity. That is what our budget allows us. And to understand what the full realization means, one has to understand what it requires to provide a professional simultaneous interpreting service in all 12 official languages. Now, in terms of the international standards, interpreters have to work in a team of 2, and they have to relieve one another after 30 minutes of interpreting because of the intensity of the kind of processing that you have to do. That would mean that at the bare minimum, we need 44 interpreters to service both houses simultaneously. Currently, we only have 27 with ongoing efforts to find the correct people to do the interpreting service. It would be an ideal as well if we could have interpreting services in all our committee meetings. But to give you a picture of the reality is that that would require in the region of 198 interpreters. We have a budget for 44. So although it is critical and it is something that we aspire to, it is not something that we have at the moment. And I do hope that with the introduction of artificial intelligence, with new technology, that we can overcome this problem. Honourable Chairperson, over the next few weeks, Parliament will be abuzz with P20 related activities as we build up to hosting the 11th P20 Summit and associated events from 29 September to 3 October this year. To support the successful hosting of the P20 events, the P20 Technical Task Team was established by the Executive Authority to oversee the implementation of the P20 project and facilitating collaboration among political parties and relevant parliamentary officers. Honourable Chairperson, to conclude, the renewal of Parliament is not merely an administrative necessity, but an investment in ensuring that the voices of all South African citizens are truly heard in our work. It is an investment in empowering our members to fulfill their constitutional duties and reconstructing a Parliament that is fit for the 21st century, one that embraces technology, promotes accessibility, and serves all of our people effectively. Our budget allocation and spending must reflect our commitment to this goal. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'll now recognize Honorable Ghana.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans. The question before us today is not simply how much money Parliament receives, but what we do with it, and whether South Africans believe it is being well spent. Parliament has been allocated just under 3.6 billion rand this year. And this is to oversee a budget of over 2 trillion rands. But this moment demands far more than rands and cents. It demands integrity, courage, and commitment from every one of us sitting in this house. What do South Africans expect from their public representatives? They want honesty, they want accountability, they want visible and principled action. They want a parliament that does not whisper or tiptoe when the executive overreaches, but one that holds the executive to account without fear or favor. We must admit, honorable members, trust in public institutions is eroding fast. People have lost faith in parliament. They have lost faith in us. They are losing faith in democratic politics. Some are even wishing for some benevolent dictatorship in South Africa. And they are watching closely, more than ever before, because of technology and digital platforms. We see that no committee, no statement, no silence goes unnoticed. Too often, this parliament has been seen as too soft on the executive, too soft on the heads of state-owned enterprises, too soft on officials who fail to deliver. That must end. This budget must help restore Parliament's backbone. We need sharper, stronger scrutiny and a Parliament that acts as a true counterweight to executive power. But let me just say this, that we are starting to see things change, especially in the last 6 months. We are beginning to regain the trust of the people. The work, for instance, that Honorable Zibi does as a chairperson of SCOPA has not gone unnoticed. His diligence has sparked a wave of requests for intervention from municipalities, SOEs, and even whistleblowers. That is what trust looks like. Let us build on this momentum. A working parliament is our best tool for building a safe, prosperous, equal, and united South Africa in one generation. The people of South Africa deserve nothing less. Parliament must work, and it is up to us to make it work. Let's rise to the moment.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now recognize Honorable Webster.
Chairperson, when it comes to this particular budget, we certainly can't just debate numbers. We can't just debate numbers that maintain the status quo as Parliament increasingly becomes a dog with no teeth. Across the country, even today, South Africans are marching, and they're not marching for power or parties. They're actually marching for accountability. Yet inside this house, urgency has been buried. It's buried beneath outdated rules, delayed responses, and the Speaker's failure to act. No special committees when we need them, no urgent debates, no mechanism that actually matches the moment and the urgency of the moment. Instead of Parliament being the beating heart of democracy, today it lags. It's a system that lags, while it's the people that lead and take matters into their own hands. This failure is clearest in Parliament's unwillingness to launch a proper inquiry into Minister Nombuhle Mkabane's involvement in the Sitho board scandal, despite serious allegations of corruption and manipulation of appointment processes. Parliament has opted for silence over scrutiny. And yes, there's been some movement, sure, but with no parliamentary inquiry to be seen, the response remains superficial. Moreover, we've seen the same pattern with the explosive allegations made by General Mkhwanazi against the Minister of Police, allegations that implicate the minister in obstruction of justice and political interference. Yes, the Speaker has referred the matter to 3 committees, but without a unified time-bound inquiry or hearing, Parliament risks being seen and observed as slow, reactive, and incoherent. The people are moving with urgency, and Parliament is not matching the pace.
Chairperson, in a related matter, in October 2024, the Rules Committee resolved that a dedicated portfolio committee on the presidency must be established. It's now almost a year later. The committee has not been operationalized, and we want to call out this delay. Executive power continues to grow without a matching oversight mechanism, and so vote 1 remains a blind spot in this Parliament's oversight framework. We cannot fund executive power without funding its scrutiny. Parliament must not allow the presidency to operate beyond its reach. And then lastly, Chairperson, the rules of Parliament must be rewritten to reflect the new political landscape. We're in a coalition era where opposition voices must be strengthened and not sidelined. We need more time for questions and accountability. Today, senior party leaders sit in cabinets while junior members remain in parliaments and ask sweetheart questions. The rules must change because real oversight cannot be negotiated. It's got to be guaranteed. And so we support this budget because the work must continue. But we really need to ask ourselves hard questions as a parliament about whether we are reflecting the urgency that this country needs. and the
Honorable
people need.
Webster, thank you. I'll now recognize Honorable Zungula.
Diabulela. The critical discussion, Speaker, we must have, it is the funding model of Parliament. Currently, it is the executive that determines the budget for Parliament, and the same executive accounts to Parliament. It is amiss that an institution that accounts to this House is the one that determines how much money is allocated to this House, including to do its work, including holding it accountable. Equally, the budget allocated to Parliament has been reduced, and that incapacitates Parliament from fulfilling its constitutional obligations. Parliament is an important institution, especially in the context of where we are as a country, and it must not be passive in addressing the issues facing the country. As the legislative arm of the state, it is crucial that laws are amended to correct the challenges that are facing the country. It must be proactive by driving genuine amendments to the Constitution to fulfill the aspirations of our forefathers who fought for a country that identifies with them, a country where the mineral wealth benefits the citizens. We can't have a constitution that is defined by negotiation and compromised. We must amend Section 25 of the Constitution to ensure that land restitution is from 6 April 1652, and that foreigners only lease land and they are not allowed to own land in South Africa, and the mineral wealth of the country is owned by the citizens. Land theft from before 1913 is currently protected by the Constitution, and the Parliament is not doing anything to correct this. The name of the country must be changed to get rid of the colonial and apartheid identity that is imposed on us. The Constitution must be explicit in affirming the rights of the citizens. Therefore, everyone in the Constitution must be replaced with citizens. Section 19 of the Constitution must be amended to ensure citizens only with SA citizenship stand for public office. People with dual citizenship and those who are naturalized have got split loyalties, and they must never be given the responsibility of leading this country. And most importantly, South Africa can't belong to everyone who lives in it. There is no country that allows such things. This country belongs to citizens, and the Constitution must affirm that. Speaker, the people are very clear on what is to be done. Therefore, the public participation process must not be a box-ticking exercise. There are instances whereby Parliament ignores and undermines the voice of the people. The budget must speak to the core issues that are affecting the people and that require legislative changes. We can't do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Parliament must deal with the fundamental issue, Speaker, which is the amendment of the Constitution. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Lekhanyan.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you so much and good afternoon. Good afternoon to the Speaker, the Chief Whip, the STP, and your team. First of all, let me thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the STP and your team for the good work that you have done. You know, as the chair of the committee, I can place it on record here. We said it in our meeting that the STP and his team are doing very good work for this parliament, but we have warned them not to lower the bar, because we are going to see the moment they lower the bar, we'll be the first one to see that and will not be happy. Honorable Chair, I unreservedly and unequivocally declare the support of the African National Congress to budget vote 2 Parliament as an instrument that will help us as Parliament of the Republic to realize the strategic vision. The annual performance plan of Parliament is informed primarily by the Constitution of the Republic, the National Development Plan, and the strategic plan that was a culmination of extensive consultations that the Office of the Speaker made with all political parties represented in this Parliament. Honorable Chair, let me hasten to announce that improving international engagement and raising the South African flag higher is one of the strategic priorities of the 7th Parliament. This year in particular is of historical significance to South Africa and the people of the continent. This is the year in which our country is holding the G20 presidency. Led by the Speaker, Parliament will host the P20 Speakers Summit to shape and influence global dialogue and discourse on matters of interest. At the Pan-African Ordinary Session on 25 July 2025, the South African delegation will brief the Pan-African Parliament Women and Youth Caucuses respectively on the G20 framework and further ensure that all stakeholders on the continent are on board. Our approach to the G20 and all international engagements is informed by key pillars of our foreign policy as a country, which include progressive multilateralism and reform of global institutions, democracy, international law and justice, promotion of Pan-African agenda, pursuit of South-to-South cooperation, fostering peace and security, advancing sustainable economic development in the region and globally, and the promotion of the culture of human rights. Honorable Chair, we will further advocate for human solidarity, realization of sustainable development goals, respect for independence and sovereignty of nations, climate change and protection of the environment against plunder and degradation. Honorable Chair, these strategic objectives and priorities are given context by the historic milestones of the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. There is an honorable member here who spoke about the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. And I was reminded of my high school years when I read a book written by Herman Charles Bosman. In that book, there is a short story called The Beggarstall Marathon. There was a pastor at a town of Beggarstall who suffered from a condition called trance. And so one day when he was rendering a service, he was befallen by that condition, and he had just instructed the church choir to sing a song that had over 120 verses. And then he fell on that condition. They sang, and for 6 hours, because the predicant was not stopping them, they sang 7 hours, 8 hours. When he regained consciousness, he then resumed and say, let's sing the song. He mentioned the same song that they have sung for 8 hours. So honorable members, if we take this
That's a good story to tell.
experience and bring it closer to home, you will understand that when consciousness eludes you, it does not ring the bell to announce the arrival of the Honorable Speaker in the chambers. So we need to understand that there is a lot that has happened in this country in the last 70 years since the Freedom Charter was adopted. And ourselves here sitting in this parliament are a testimony that South Africa has changed. And ours is an untiring and unrelenting pursuit for a just.
Honorable Lekganyane, can you please take your seat? I think there's a point of order. Yes, Honorable Member.
I rise on a point of order on Rule 68 on irrelevance. What is the relevance of that story? Of a baker's doll past?
Honorable Member,
What
please
is the
switch
relevance?
off your mic.
Eh?
Yeah.
Switch off your mic, please. As the Honorable Lekganyane, as the House Chairperson, I will say when Honorable Lekganyane is irrelevant, but for now, he's very much relevant in discussing this budget vote. Please continue, Honorable Lekganyane.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. In his consciousness, President of the African National Congress, Oliver Tambo, taught us that freedom means struggle against any form of injustice, against every oppression, close quote. And Honorable Chair, we have heard Martin Luther King Jr. when he exclaimed that it is not the words of our enemies that we remember, but the silence of our friends, close quote. It is in this context that the theme of the G20 this year is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. True to our historic mission as South Africans, this is an opportunity for us to provide testament to the great sacrifices that the ANC made to redeem human dignity and fundamental liberties, especially on international platforms. In 1971, the same year in which the Bekkersdal Marathon was written, at the occasion of the 10th anniversary, of the Umkhonto weSizwe, President Tambo reaffirmed the commitment of the ANC as a trusted and dependable ally in solidarity with the men, women, children who were being massacred by forces of imperialism. These were in Vietnam, in Thailand, in Palestine, in the Sinai Peninsula, and other Arab lands under Zionist occupation, and life and death struggle of the communities of Latin America who were fighting against US imperialism. So as South Africa, we have to express our deepest gratitude to Oliver Tambo for his unbreakable spirit and relentlessness in pursuit of revolutionary anti-imperialist agenda. Like our forebears, Honorable Speaker, we have to be courageous in the contemporary. The world is on the verge of a polycrisis, and the continent looks upon us as South Africa to show the way. We must be steadfast and walk on the footsteps of our giants who calmed the storms in the Great Lakes region in the nascent years of our democracy. South Africa has distinguished itself as a leader among nations, not as an arrogant regional hegemon, but a luminary that ignited the African Union through the Millennium Africa Plan and NEPAD. And today we speak about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Our country is a participator in the Pan-African Parliament, in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Every time we go to these institutions, let us go there to speak in the name and on behalf of the people of South Africa. Let us go there and do like Oliver Tambo when he addressed the United Nations Special Committee in 1982. He spoke for the people of South Africa. He spoke for the people of Angola. He spoke for the people of Namibia. He spoke for the people of Mozambique. Because
Honorable
we don't
Lekganya.
only belong here, we belong to the human
Your
race.
time is expired.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there a speaker from Al Jama? I will now recognize the House Chairperson, Honorable Hon.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable members, the internal arrangements of this Parliament, of course, have a very direct impact on our daily lives and our ability to do our work well. The broad background in which members' interests are to be served at this point in time is unfortunately defined by the fact that the chamber that used to be our home burned down. Appreciation must therefore firstly be expressed, as has already been done by the Honourable Speaker, for the efforts that has been made to address some of the matters that has made working conditions less than ideal at the beginning of this 7th administration, like the provision of office space to members. However, the reality is that some inconvenience and disruption and frustration will be part of our lives until the parliamentary rebuild project is completed. During this debate, it was therefore not unexpected for members to reflect on the challenges experienced and the way in which the current logistical arrangements negatively affect our ability to be transparent and do our work in the open. Therefore, vigilance and robust oversight of the build project will be of vital importance in the months to come. Honourable members, some areas of institutional governance aimed at ensuring that members' interests are served has seen some very distinct milestones being reached since the last debate of this parliamentary budget vote just less than a year ago. The election of the residence committees for the parliamentary villages took place successfully. These committees are now tasked with a review of the rules of conduct applicable to residents of these villages, and some members of the committees have, in terms of the legislation, been elected to serve on the Parliamentary Villages Board, which is to perform vital legislative functions around both parliamentary bus services, as well as to assist the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure with compliance around this specific appropriation. These committees should also be instrumental in ensuring that service delivery, which also plagues our villages, and the issues that affects it, is dealt with in an efficient manner. Furthermore, the Member Support Forum has been established and is meeting regularly to deal with the internal matters affecting the interest and convenience of members. We thank those members who serve on this forum, firstly to represent their respective caucuses, but secondly to represent all members. We also thank the representatives of the Administration of Parliament and the Department of Public Works who join at these meetings to report, but also to listen with receptive ears. It is because of the pressure exerted on your behalf at this forum, honourable members, that we will hopefully soon be able to make use of fibre internet in the villages, which will hopefully improve connectivity for members who join virtually and in a hybrid manner from parks. This does, of course, not mean that all issues are dealt with as efficiently and as speedily as it should. Unfortunately, the issue of the accommodation of party support staff remains a vexing issue that must be concluded on an urgent basis. In this regard, the audit that is to be undertaken to establish with accuracy and credibility who occupies all of the units in the different parliamentary villages will hopefully assist. Honourable members, this debate and the budget of Parliament, on the budget of Parliament, takes place within the context of the ever-dwindling trust and confidence in the institutions of our democracy, a fact that should deeply concern all of us and be at the forefront of our minds when we exercise our duties and responsibilities as members of Parliament, specifically as trust in Parliament and political parties are at an all-time low. Both the way in which we engage with one another and the outcomes of our debates and deliberations could be powerful tools to rebuild the trust of the public in this institution. We must not allow that opportunity to slip. Honourable Chairperson, we have all arrived here with a mandate from South Africans from every corner of the country, and the collective wisdom of this House is certainly enriched by the experiences and the insights of every one of us, irrespective of our background and our outlook on life. Every voice in this House represents the people of our country and is important. Robust debates that showcase real subject knowledge, despite ideological and policy divides, is our constitutional responsibility and obligation, and we must use that to improve the lives of the people of this country. It's for this reason that the study and training opportunities afforded to members is not a system rooted in self-indulgence, but rather an opportunity to assist us to serve the people better. Therefore, we are proud to say that a total of 65 members of Parliament is currently undertaking tertiary studies in various fields relevant to the work we as members of Parliament do, benefiting from parliamentary bursaries. Public administration, financial management, trade and economics, governance, political science, and if I may say so, the wisest choice of all, studies of law, are of the most popular fields of study undertaken by members. 6 members are enrolled in short courses and certificate studies. 27 members are studying towards undergraduate degrees, and 32 have embarked on postgraduate studies. We also must thank the members who serve on the Bursary Advisory Committee and the support staff helping this committee, a committee which mostly meets outside of working hours to enable the timely approval of the bursary applications. Honourable members, members also will have the opportunity at this point in time, and hopefully you're all aware of that, to embark on sectoral specific courses tailored to our duties and functions. Please make use of this opportunity. By this time next year and in the years to come in the 7th administration, it will be a proud moment for us all if we can report and congratulate those who have completed their studies successfully. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Is there a member from NCC? From PAC?
Yes, Chair.
Or continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. PAC of Azania welcomes these views of the Speaker of Parliament for her comprehensive budget speech. We agree that the work of Parliament in serving as the voice of the people requires adequate resourcing because it is literally the foundation of the democracy that we continue to build and strengthen. The aspirations of the people for a better life finds expression in these chambers, halls, and committee rooms. The work of parliamentarians to reach out to communities during oversight visits complements the work done on site. In fact, it enhances and gives credibility to the very reason we are here. Honorable Chair, without adequate financial support, our work as parliamentarians, as the people's voice, will not be heard and will certainly have a crisis of legitimacy. It is in this regard that we note your funding of public processes and your suggestions of regular cluster briefings to communities. There is disconnect between the work and particularly the perception of the activities of parliamentarians and the public expectations. Ours is relatively new democracy, and our people must be supported and educated to get the maximum out of public representatives, as it is the case in advanced democracies. Honorable Speaker, we support this budget vote, and because your budget vote, Honorable Speaker, is in fact ours, and we hope for more. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now recognize the Honourable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Otto, Africa. The UAT rise today to debate vote 2 at a time when the very legitimacy of this House is under increasing public doubt. Parliament is allocated over 3.5 billion, yet the people are asking, where is the value? Has this House become a platform for a lead ritual or real engine of the people's power? Parliament is supposed to be devoid of the landless, the marginalized, and the working class. Yet we continue to see disconnect between the people's pain and the policies crafted in this House. Land reform remains sluggish, cosmetic, and detached from the historical trauma that depossessed generations of Africans. As long as 1913 remained a benchmark for land reform, the truth is we are not serious about justice. We cannot build a just society when we abandon Pan-African values like the self-reliance, unity, and restoration. A Pan-African rooted in a parliament rooted in African solidarity will never tolerate economic exclusion, hunger, or youth hopelessness in a country so rich of minerals, land, and potential. The 7th Parliament must not be a rubber stamp for executive. When the independent Section 89 panel fund president has a case to answer, it is our constitutional duty, not our political favor, to hold him to account. Shielding any leader from scrutiny betrays the people's trust and erodes democracy at its core. We must strengthen our oversight with boldness and impartiality. Political loyalty must never come before our oath to serve the people. We need parliament that is not afraid to ask hard questions, not ashamed to fight for justice, and not too polite to demand accountability. Let us recommit to being the people's parliament, guided by Pan-African, grounded in Ubuntu, and driven by fears of agency to transform South Africa into the land of the true freedom, dignity, and equal opportunity for all. Kanimambo.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of Good in this debate? If not, then I recognize the Honourable House Chairperson Majosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, the Honorable Speaker, the executive members, Honorable members of the National Assembly, members of the PGIR. It is my singular honor to be granted the opportunity to contribute to the debate on Budget Vote 2, Parliament. This occasion offers us an important platform to reflect and outline our priorities for the 7th Democratic Parliament, particularly with regard to our international participation. Our current work builds upon the solid foundation laid by the honorable members of the 6th Parliament. We carry forward the legacy they have entrusted to us with the responsibility to enhance and deepen Parliament's role in international cooperation and diplomacy. South Africa's Parliament is an active member of various interparliamentary organizations. Our affiliation and participation are guided by our commitment to uphold universal values and principles of democracy, human rights, international law, and to enforce our country's foreign policy objectives within a global parliamentary forum. Our policy priorities for the 7th Parliament reaffirm the importance of protecting our national sovereignty, strengthening the constitutional order, promoting the well-being and prosperity of our citizens, and advancing the goal of a better Africa and a better world. Parliamentary diplomacy must complete the executive's efforts in fostering economic growth, investment, employment, and industrialization. Through our participation in the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, South Africa's Parliament contributes meaningfully towards building a multipolar world by strategic alliances with the countries of the Global South. The outcomes of the recent 11th BRICS Parliamentary Forum demonstrate our collective will to confront global challenges and reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, inclusive global governance, and the reform of international institutions to reflect the voices of developing nations. This parliament strongly opposes a rising tide of unilateralism and continues to advocate for a world order based on mutual respect, equality, and cooperation. BRICS serves as a vital force in reshaping global economic and governance structures. It centers the people's agenda by addressing triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Our parliament has made a meaningful contribution to the development and adoption of the BRICS Protocol and associated Memoranda of Understanding and remains committed to efforts aimed to transform the forum into a fully resourced parliamentary structure with its own secretariat. Honorable members, within the SADC Parliamentary Forum, our contributions as the South African Parliament have been instrumental, and it is important that this assembly of our national Parliament knows the significant progress this institution has made in the pursuit of transformation, which offers us the opportunity to deepen our engagement in regional matters and elevate our collective voice to effect change that will positively impact the lives of the people of our region. In a world characterized by growing polarization and conflicts, where multilateralism and diplomacy are often being openly undermined, it is incumbent upon us to remain committed to and reinforce the pivotal role of parliaments in conflict prevention and diplomacy. In building strong institutions engaged in democratic governance and streamlined development and progress in our region. It rests on our collective shoulders to assure that our parliaments are strongholds of inclusivity, diversity, tolerance, stability, and democracy. Our participation in the South Africa European Parliament interparliamentary meetings is driven by the need to protect a rules-based, fair, and transparent multilateral trading system. We support strengthening the World Trade Organization and the continued recognition of special differential treatment for developing countries to enable equitable growth. Through the Pan-African Parliament, we are actively supporting the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in line with the aspirations of Agenda 2063. A vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens. Our involvement in the Globe Assembly and the United Nations Conference on Climate Change reflects our commitment, environmental sustainability, and climate justice. Parliament recognizes the disproportionate impact of climate change on women, children, indigenous peoples, and communities in low-income regions. We affirm our duty to secure a sustainable environment for both present and future generations. Within the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, South Africa continues to advocate for a transformed and inclusive international parliamentary community. Through this platform, we seek to promote Africa's unified voice in global affairs, including during the election of key strategic international leadership positions. Pursue shared values of internationalism to tackle underdeveloped inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Rebalance North-South power dynamics with the CPA. Gain greater exposure to international political, economic, and social perspectives. Champion the transformation of the CPA's legal status of a charity to a diplomatic organization. And advance gender equality through active participation in CWP initiatives. The Parliamentary Group of International Relations continue to play a strategic role in guiding and coordinating international policy engagements. The 7th Parliament is now implementing revised operational guidelines and policy perspective, which ensure more effective tracking and monitoring of outcomes from various delegations, and to do so on a regular basis. Recommendations arising from these engagements are systematically referred to relevant committees and various focus groups for action and oversight. Honorable House Chairperson, in conclusion, our revised policy perspective places renewed emphasis on the strengthening of bilateral parliamentary relations. These engagements are underpinned by the desire to reinforce democratic values, promote human rights and gender justice, and uphold international law. To that end, the PGIR has mandated the International Relations and Protocol Division to develop a framework for the establishment of parliamentary friendship groups. These groups will enhance our bilateral partnerships and ensure that such relations are strategic, values-based, and impactful. Let us continue to reflect on our role as the parliament that contributes meaningfully to the international stage, guided by our constitutional mandate, committed to the development of our continent, and steadfast in our resolve to build a better world and future for our children. And also, Honorable House Chair, we discourage members that would be invited individually so by organizations. We don't discourage them to attend, but we discourage them to go there and speak on behalf of Parliament when they are not mandated to do so. So please, all honorable members, when you are invited as an individual member, speak according to your ideological organization and what you believe on. Do not speak on behalf of Parliament because we have not been mandated to do so. And we expect all honorable members to uphold and adhere to the Parliament policies that if you have not been sent, then you do not speak on behalf of all of us. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. In many ways, we've lost the sacredness of Parliament as an institution. Earlier this year, the committee dealing with the strategic plan for Parliament was shared a graph indicating that the public trust in this grand old institution has slipped, ironically at two junctions. Firstly, when the decorum of the House started being challenged by those who treat it as a political street rally, and later by the general loss in trust during the Zuma years and the failure of Parliament to do its bit to stop the corruption that all but crippled our economy and democratic institution. And following all of that, the best that the MK under its former Chief Whip, Honorable Manyi, could come up with was not to make the processes more effective, no, but replacing the mace, which was designed during the democratic dispensation, with a drum, which is just a differently shaped mace. And the division bells, which are supposed to call MPs from across the parliamentary precinct to come and vote, with a praise singer. The bells and the praise singer fulfill two important but completely different functions. But did the Chief Whip of the opposition know this? Of course not. It is because some newcomers in this House do not understand the purpose of this institution and its customs that change for the sake of it takes precedence over initiatives to make it more respectable and more effective. But in order for Parliament to truly function as the dignified institution that it's meant to be, it needs to be managed properly. How often do we see that Parliament spends unnecessary money on overseas trips that are planned at the last minute, ineffectively and expensively? How many of these trips are truly necessary? Why are the delegations so massive, and why do MPs seemingly find themselves unable to represent this country without being chaperoned by a staff entourage that the MPs often think are there to carry their luggage for them? Why do we still allow for the old practice of feeding well-paid MPs during committee meetings, a practice that was ironically introduced by the Nats? If you want to rid Parliament of all remnants of the apartheid days, start there. Take your breakfast, which you paid for, at home. Why are we still hiring outside venues whilst the rebuilding of Parliament is dragging along? And no, the answer is not public works, although the current minister is unfairly a favorite punching bag for both sides of the House in many instances. And on that basis, Honorable Van Rooyen, no matter how terrible you may think any of these ministers are, all of them lasted at least for longer than a weekend. In fact,
Honorable Michalakis, just take your seat. Honorable Chief Whip.
Yeah, Chair. The member.
Order, honorable members, I cannot hear the Chief Whip.
The member is failing to debate anything that is of substance. Now he's attacking members responding to the debate, which is the speaker's role. Maybe he doesn't understand his role.
Yeah, no, thank
Make
you.
the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Makubele. The essence of parliamentary debate is for members to react to the speeches of others. It's not only the purview of the speaker. Honorable Michalakis, please continue.
Thank you, House Chair. The new Chief Whip of the opposition has clearly never heard of a sweep before. But back to Honorable Van Rooyen, I currently have a flu that lasts 3 times as long as you did as a minister.
Honorable Michalakis, take your seat. I have first had the hand there at the back, Honorable Member.
No, thank you, House Chair. I think you are making a very wrong ruling, which is not based on the rules. In terms of the rules, a member is not allowed to address directly another member. This is what the member has done. And we know that this is your member. You belong to the same party. But don't be too obvious, please.
No, thank you. Let me just point out that was not the essence of the first point of order, but on that point, Honorable Michalakis, even if you do react to what other speakers have said, please speak through the chair. Honorable Michalakis, I've had other hands as well. Honorable Member.
Ngithokoze Mgcini Sihlalo. Uyazi amakhuwa acabanga ukuthi kulesa sikhathi sabo bamkhulu. Into ayikhuluma la akazi ukuthi umuntu akhuluma ngaye lo waba ngungqongqoshe iminyaka emithathu. Angaleyi amislead indlu la. Ngiyakuthokoza.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Member. That's not a point of order. Honorable Makubele, did you have your hand up again or are you covered? Thank you. Honorable Michalakis, please continue.
Thank you, House Chair. I think I've made my point. If you are looking for the reasons why Parliament's rebuilding is taking so long, the answer lies with the management of Parliament, who have been given the responsibility for the rebuilding of Parliament, and the questionable links to the DBSA and those they subcontract is where the answer will lie. If you want to know why the cost of rebuilding Parliament has escalated as it has, you will find your answer there. Speaking of which, it's a disgrace that the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenses of Parliament has escalated along with the salary of the Secretary to Parliament, which currently stands at between 6 and 7 million rand. Who signs off on these salary increases and who takes responsibility for the financial management? If we're going to pay that kind of money to those who run Parliament, then the least we can expect is for its finances to be above board. In addition to addressing these fundamental problems, Parliament should put a moratorium on the filling of new posts, except where National Treasury approves it. This would cut expenses by an additional 150 million rand. Business class travel should be limited, and the outsourcing of broadcasting should be limited or even stopped completely. And then funds should be prioritized for what Parliament is meant to do: oversight and legislation, to make committees function optimally and to ensure that we have good quality laws that will serve our country. Quality public participation and public education comes to mind. In addition, it cannot be that there's ever an underspent budget on translation services in this Parliament when translators are working double shifts or not being paid well. And I welcome the comments made earlier by the Deputy Speaker in this regard. Finally, I hope that in the coming financial year, we will move towards a zero-based budget where the unnecessary spending on things that do not serve the core functions of Parliament will be reconsidered. This is where we should cut first. Speaker, House Chairperson, it is clear as day that there are elements who do not want this House to succeed. It is the product of the democratic process that those elements will be present. However, this House should function in such a way that the disorder is a reflection on them and not on the institution. It will require the moderates among us, all of us, those who respect this institution as a temple of democracy, to work 10 times harder and to work together to protect her reputation and to build trust with the public. It starts with the rekindling of the old tradition that we may be opponents in here, but in the end, we are all South Africans working towards a common goal. That inside this place, we might be opponents, but the moment we step out, we are fellow countrymen and women. And it starts with the respect for the institution.
My apologies, I have a hand to my left. Yes, honorable member.
Ngcina isihlalo bengifuna ukubuza ukuthi angawuthatha mhlambe umbuzo bengifuna ukubuza ukuthi is African.
I'll inquire from him. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Michalakis, are you prepared to take a question?
No, House Chair.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. All of this starts with a respect for the institution, its tradition and customs, its decorum, and above all, respect for its staff, the people who keep this institution going. We as members owe this place, of which it is an indescribable privilege to be a part, that much. And so does the management, those who are in charge of Parliament, the Secretary to Parliament, who needs to step up and take responsibility. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Doug Moore.
House Chair, honorable members, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip. When President Mandela made his last speech in Parliament on the 26th of March, 1999, he said, and I quote, "I want to thank members. You have ensured that this Parliament is not a rubber stamp to government." The strategic plan for this 7th Parliament states clearly that the aim of Parliament is to be an activist and transformative Parliament. We are honoring the legacy of Comrade Madiba. And as an example of this, the response of our Speaker to allegations made by the SAPS Commissioner from KZN in terms of her referring that to 3 committees is an example of that tradition. No fear, no favor, get to the truth through facts. All of us in this Parliament, like others before us, we said an oath or made an affirmation on being sworn in as members. And the oath says, and I quote, "I swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability." As members, House Chair, we need to internalize these words and we need to continually ask ourselves whether we are upholding this oath in our daily work as MPs. When Comrade Madiba bid farewell, he did so from the National Assembly at a joint sitting. Today, we gather here in the Good Hope Chamber for this plenary, while our colleagues are busy in the Marx Building and the NCOP Chamber. We sit here not out of choice, but out of necessity, given the arson attack which burned down the National Assembly. This crisis and its after effects are felt today. Of course, and I know it's quite amusing when we consider there were some who even at that stage wanted to blame the ANC. But it's not a surprise because, you know, sometimes when the crayfish walk out of the sea in the West Coast, dan wil mense die ANC blameer dat die kreef uit die Weskus geloop het deur die ANC. But we as the ANC, we will take the blame for the fact that 650,000 workers in our country are now part of share ownership schemes, part of worker participation schemes. We will take the blame that electricity has reached over 85% of our people. We will take the blame that more than 80% of our people have access now to electricity. And also we will take the blame that 2 million young people are in further or higher education. But on a serious note, accountability is critical, and this means that we should never tire to find out the truth regarding the burning down of Parliament, learn lessons, and also ensure consequence management where and if appropriate. But out of any crisis, House Chair, there is also opportunity. Honourable members, despite the setback, I believe that both the leadership of the 6th administration and the 7th administration have made solid progress towards the restoration of Parliament. The fire gives us an opportunity to build a Parliament that reflects our country's aspirations. The restoration project will, when complete, reflect our country's heritage, our diversity, the principles of non-sexism, of non-racialism. Its very design reflects our country's commitment to dialogue, to open discussion and the resolution of conflict, not through violence, but through peaceful dialogue. The cutting-edge modern technology that will be available will demonstrate our seriousness about creating a parliament that is up to date with the global world and better. We are beginning productively to use AI tools to enhance the work we do as parliamentarians. I believe that all of us, when we see this new restored parliament, we will see ourselves in that parliament. I would like to use this opportunity to pay tribute to our Speaker, the Chair of the NCOP, the Secretary to Parliament, despite what that Honourable Chief Whip, who clearly comes from the NCOP and doesn't really understand what's happening here in the National Assembly, I'm referring to Honourable Mikalakis, that the progress made towards this is a tribute to the work that has been done. We should never forget, however, the Constitution of our Republic unequivocally commits our country to redress and taking practical steps to advance those who suffered unfair discrimination. This Parliament has a proud history: Basic Education Laws Amendment Act, Employment Equity Act, the Expropriation Act. This reflects the will of the People's Parliament as led by the ANC. We as the ANC will never compromise on our program of transformation as reflected in our theory of change, the National Democratic Revolution. South Africans have taken note of the refusal to accept the will of the people by reactionary parties such as the Democratic Alliance. They have lost any claim to even be called a liberal party. This DA, and I must say, I'm talking about the DA led by Helen Zille. And we know that Honourable Mikalakis is part of that caucus and is not supporting Honourable Steenhuisen. So that party has become a party unashamedly of white privilege. Niks anders nie. Die DA staan vir 'n minderheid. They stand for a minority, and that is why we see them refusing to accept the democratic resolutions of this Parliament and running to courts to try and block legislation consistent with the redress provisions. But given the time, I also wanted to specifically give some very genuine
Honourable
advice.
Dartmoor,
yes,
please just take your seat for a moment.
Okay.
Honourable Michalakis, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chairperson. I'm not going to stoop that low to make snotty comments about...
No.
various
Honourable Michalakis,
It's a point
do
of
you have
order.
a point
It's
of order?
House Chair, about various caucuses in various parties. I'm not going to stoop that low. But the honourable member is misleading the House. There is only one leader of the DA, and that is John Steenhuisen.
Honourable Michalakis, that's not a point of
I can
order.
withdraw
That's a
that
point
false
of
statement.
debate. Honourable Dartmoor, please continue.
Yes, as I was saying, Chair, I want to also today use this opportunity to give the fighters in the EFF some advice, and I want to do this genuinely. I want to say that there are enough genuine, organic intellectuals amongst your ranks. You do not need to display disrespect and disruption that is sometimes on display in this House. Your own research, honourable members of the EFF, shows that this pseudo-radicalism of the EFF is one of the reasons for your electoral decline. Such conduct has on occasion denied the President and other members of speaking from this House, and then I have to address myself to the MKP. You know, the problem that they have is unelected leaders. They change whips like some change underpants. Yeah. And we have a new chief whip from the MKP, and then maybe the underpants will be changed in Govso and it will buy a chief whip. So that is bad for Parliament. We want stability. We want stability. We don't want the SG of the MKP to write the speech of the leader of the No.
Thank
But
you,
we
Honourable
want
Dartmoor. Your
we want
time has now
stability in this
expired.
Parliament, and we
Thank
want to move
you.
forward together.
Order. Order.
No, give him 3 more minutes, please. 3
Honorable
more
members,
minutes.
I now invite the Honorable Speaker to reply to the debate. I'm tempted to say that she's requested to reply to the substance, and that the 10 minutes you will all see on the program is, of course, Speaker, a limit and not a target.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The advantage of being a speaker and a presiding officer is that as much as the political discourse is exciting, I'll have to maintain impartiality. There were some very interesting interventions that maybe politically I would have responded to them in a particular way. I just want to say, Honorable Chairperson and members, I appreciate, so as the other presiding officers, the interventions that have been made in this House during this debate. Very valuable assessment of the challenges that we are facing, reflections on how the year have gone and how we've performed as this National Assembly and the Parliament as a whole, but also making proposals of where we can improve and do better. But honorable members, I also want to caution us that we should not underplay nor underestimate what we as these members have done in executing our responsibilities as mandated by the Constitution. When we took office, we asked the executive to actually give us legislation that they would want to be revived. And as I indicated in my statement earlier, out of what we were given, 37 of those have been dealt with and referred, actually 27 rather, have been dealt with and referred to the National Council of Provinces. That's your work. It's what we have done in committees. 15 of those are in committee stage. You are working on them. It can therefore not be true that we stand here and say, not much has been done, you know, we not have credibility. I beg to differ. This Parliament, you have been able to reflect robustly on a number of national issues that are current. You've had the space to express your views in your diversity, representing your constituencies. And you have done that freely, allowed time to do it in this House. Some of it has been through member statements that you have reflected here in the House, and at times demanding, correctly so, the executive to respond to those. You have represented your constituencies as you must. I'm sure if they listen to some of the interventions, they themselves would wonder, ngobani kanti aba? Because from where we sit, we think we are doing better, but your own assessment, you're actually giving yourself a 0. And I do want to say, honorable members, we cannot say nothing has been done by the 6th administration. We ourselves can attest to a number of legislation that the parliaments in the past 30 years have passed. Some of them maybe not so impactful as the Motlanthe Commission had indicated, which actually should inform us that in the way in which we pass laws, we must make sure that they address the challenges of our people. I appreciate that there are certain matters that we still need to address that have to assist transformation of our society. The land question issue raised by honorable member of the UAT and members of the MKP, Honorable Van Rooyen. But maybe it would be important for us to go back and ask ourselves, what can we learn from the process of the fifth administration? Because in the fifth administration, it was indeed members of this very House, through the resolution that was brought in the House and adopted, who asked for a particular process in the amendment of Section 25, Honorable Zungula. And I think it's important for us to learn so that when we call for such amendments, we can do them better. We have a Constitutional Review Commission. Committee has made announcement for the amendment of the Constitution. The question is, what have we done as members, as the various constituencies of our society, to make sure that indeed we impact on this? It cannot be ourselves who are going to be critical when we've got a process that we must use and do not use. And I think these are some of the lessons we must learn. Honorable members, I also would like to caution at times that when we made certain observations that veer towards impugning on members, but also some of which reflect issues that might mean certain things have not been done correctly, we can't just make flippant statements without substantive motions. We know better as members of parliament not to do so. Honorable members, I agree with you, so as the presiding officers, that the budget that we have is not ideally what we would like. However, the work that we must do, particularly for those who sit in the Finance Committee, where we engage with the FFC, whose part of the responsibility is to actually propose to the National Treasury how the budget must be constituted. Make these contributions there on how we need to alter the process. But also, as we know, the budget process has already started. We can't only talk about the budget process after the tabling of the budget. Steps towards the budgeting process starts now. The budget policy statement gives us a broad overview of the policy direction on the funding until the budget is made. I just want to say to you, we have as presiding officers engaged Treasury and will continue to do so on the funding model of Parliament, because we do believe that given our responsibility of oversight over the executive, there must be adequate resourcing of this institution if indeed it has to do this well and do it properly. So we are working towards that. But also, honorable members, it's important for me to thank you, even though sometimes you don't think you're doing best yourself. You know, when you attend into this multilateral forum, if you go with these members of parliament from their different parties, you feel good of being a South African. I just want to say, as an example, in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we've actually had good interventions by our members. Honorable Mente raised a motion which was debated by the forum on the slow implementation of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting children against going into such marriage. Honorable Matigizela raised a motion which was debated looking at increasing efforts to prevent the spread of HIV and AIDS and its impact in the region. We also had motions that came from our delegation looking at issues of peace and security in the region, particularly in December, and engaging the issue of Mozambique, on the issue of cybersecurity and how these can actually be protected in our region. I'm just mentioning a few. In the IPU delegation, a number of our delegates across the board, indeed their intervention on global issues, but also rooted from our national interest, was very exciting. So I'm saying at times we look at ourselves and we think we're bad. But
Honourable
others who see
Speaker.
us from outside think we're doing very well. Honourable members, as I close, I do want to appeal to, I know maybe for now, because we're in the debate, you were, taking party position and saying, we're not supporting the budget, but I know you very well. Next week, when we pass the budget, you will pass the budget because it will enable you
Your life. But yeah, they're weeping every night.
Hello, check one.
Check two.
Sorry. Platform. Can anybody on the platform please indicate whether we're audible?
You're audible now.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes,
Definitely.
we are audible enough.
Kwanza.
We are
Yes,
audible
Kwanza is
enough.
crossing now. Crossing straight.
We are audible. It's audible now. It's come on. Thank you very much.
Incompetent technicalities.
Yes, I can confirm that it's audible.
It's dead again. Yeah, they went off again.
It's gone off again.
How can we pass the budget people who are incompetent? You see these things now. Hey.
And we're dealing with parliament budget. Parliament budget. Supposed to get the sound fixed. Shocking. There is no sound. No sound on the virtual platform.
Honourable members, it's Tanya Lanzia from the National Assembly Chamber. We are trying to restore the connection. We are busy attending to the problem.
Incompetent government.
Yeah, no, the day is child the money.
That's how you stole our votes.
We are,
Miss Tanya, can you mute in the meantime? That's how you stole our votes.
And this is the vote about the parliament budget. They can't fix a sound system. And you want us to vote for this? Shocking.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
Honorable members on the platform, can you get the sound from the House?
We hear you, Dr. Person.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Attendance manje ngempela nina.
Abophi mkhwanazi.
Thank you. Honorable members in the chamber, please take your seats. Honorable members of the virtual platform, we apologize for the interruption in the link. Order. Honorable members, please take your seats. Honorable Makubele.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I apologize for my voice. Honorable House Chair, we just wanted to warm up for next week. So we're going to withdraw the division that we've called and we'll call it next week on the 23rd. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable members, let me reread the process. Order. There is, of course, an opportunity for all parties who wish to do so to object to some or all of the reports. There will no longer be a division. That request has been withdrawn. Let me just then firstly get an indication from the Chief Whip of the Opposition. Do you want to object to any of the reports, Honorable Makubele?
We object to all the reports from report number 2 to report number 46. Thank you.
Thank you. There was other hands as well, the EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that the EFF will not be in support of all the votes. Support.
Honorable Chief Whip, we're dealing with the reports only. Can I just get an indication whether you object to all of the reports or only?
All of them from 2 to 48 will not be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I had a hand of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We object to item 35 on the order paper, vote 31, Department of Employment and Labour.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objections of Action SA to the following reports. Item 9 on the order paper, budget vote 8. Item 18 on the order paper, budget vote 17. Item 26 on the order paper, budget vote 23. Item 35 on the order paper, budget vote 31. Item 37 on the order paper, budget vote 33. Item 38 on the order paper, budget vote 34. Uzabakupa nini?
Thank you. UIT.
The UIT will reject all the reports.
Thank you. Any further objections to any reports? Thank you, honourable members. With those objections noted, all of the reports in orders number 2 to 46 are agreed to. The secretary will read the 47th order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation on draft SADC protocol on regional parliament.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Mauma Pello.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings, honorable members, to all of you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, the imposed responsibility which we did voluntarily to become multilateralists has imposed the responsibility on us to do the following. 1, to do work in the African Union. 2, to support the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. 3, to ensure that we are part of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And as a consequence of that, the NCOP and the International Relations Portfolio Committee met to do consideration of the protocols that must govern the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We agreed among ourselves that those protocols must be tabled here in the House. We are therefore moving that the House must approve those protocols. And the reasons are as follows. 1, there's a need for that forum to do intensified oversight on the work that we do as ourselves on the executive side of the SADC countries, member states. Secondly, to make sure that we improve on regional integration. Thirdly, to make sure that we harmonize working relations among parliaments in the Southern African development communities. Fourthly, to make sure that we deepen the relationship among the parliaments in SADC with the people in the SADC countries. And fifthly, to make sure that the voice that comes from SADC does find expression in the African Union Parliament. And therefore, as the two committees, we are moving, honorable members, because South Africa has been one of the outstanding countries in as far as the ratification of the protocol is concerned. We are moving that we comply like other member states have done as Parliament and ratify the protocol. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Honourable members, we will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual time for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Honorable Chair, the SADC Parliamentary Forum was established in 1997 as an autonomous institution of SADC under Article 9, subsection 2 of the SADC Treaty. The primary aim of the SADC Parliamentary Forum was to enhance regional integration by bringing together parliamentarians from across the SADC region. It focuses and mandated to promote human rights, gender equality, good governance, democracy, and transparency, as well as peace, security, and stability. In 2024, the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially transformed into SADC Parliament, a key institution under the SADC Treaty. This transformation was marked by the signing of an agreement to amend the SADC Treaty, which was adopted by SADC Summit in 2022 and entered into force on July 11, 2024. The composition, powers, functions, procedures, and related matters governing SADC Parliament will be prescribed in a protocol to be negotiated by SADC member states after the agreement amending the treaty has been finalized. Chair, it's important to get concurrence and support from parliaments of member states for this transformation. This will give the body more powers to make laws that will bind member states to act in unison on issues that require urgent attention. Additionally, it is important that this parliament be transformed into a law a binding body as opposed to consultative body it currently is. This cannot be another toothless institution as we have seen with other similar institutions. SADC as a region is faced with many challenges, House Chair, but also limitless opportunities. This region has massive potential to be an economic powerhouse given its strategic location, its vast mineral resources, and fertile agricultural land. The SADC Parliament can unleash this region's potential through laws that can be passed and foster better cooperation. The formation of African Continental Free Trade Agreement, coupled with the geopolitical race for sustained access to critical minerals, is an arena the SADC Parliament must drive as a coherent and common position amongst regional counterparts to ensure SADC bargains as a region and not simply as a single state acting on their own national interest. With portfolio committees already in place, we can strengthen their oversight powers and establish additional linkages and synergies between member states. It is crucial that oversight is exercised in key areas such as peacekeeping missions, trade, and human rights. The recommendations of these committees must now find expression in the work of member states and government programs, which is currently not the case. Currently, these committees have very little influence in carrying out these recommendations. In the words of Patrice Lumumba, I quote, "African unity and solidarity are no longer dreams. They must be expressed in decisions," close quote. I call on members of this House to ensure that the SADC Parliament is at the forefront of envisioning the Africa we want and so desperately need. So we support this submission. Thank you.
MK.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, and all the members that are here. I greet you all in the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Khoi and San people, the Aboriginal people of Southern Africa. Today, as Mkhonto receives where we rise not to rubber stamp this protocol, but to issue a call to arms. African institutions must rise from useless consultative processes to legislative power. The draft SADC protocol on the regional parliament is long overdue, but it remains toothless. We simply add another decorative structure to a crumbling foundation of African institutions, and we are wasting taxpayers' money, but we will not support this in its current form. Honourable members, we are living through a continental crisis. SADC's GDP sits at over $720 billion, yet 60% of our citizens live in poverty. This makes no sense as we have vast amounts of natural wealth. The region loses $88.6 billion a year through illicit financial flows, mostly from corporate theft of the people's own minerals and lack of controls to stop corporate companies and neocolonialism from stealing the resources and using it for their own wealth, and not the wealth and the beneficiation of our people in the SADC region. Our youth unemployment rate across SADC averages over 50% with no real regional response. The current SADC Parliamentary Forum has no legislative power, no veto rights, and no binding force on decisions. It is merely consultative despite being 30 years old. SADC peacekeeping operations like the Mozambique-Lesotho interventions are conducted with little to no parliamentary oversight or approvals. We deploy troops across borders with no votes, no voices, and no accountability. Who's sending those troops and holding them accountable? Only 14 SADC model laws have been adopted since 1996, and almost none have been implemented across all 16 member states. Even when good laws are passed, such as the SADC model law on public financial management adopted 3 years ago, implementation remains a dream. This law was designed to fight corruption, empower national parliaments to oversee revenue collection, debt management, and public spending. Yet how many member states have actually domesticated it? Without legislative force and punitive power, these laws become academic exercises. That is why the MK Party, we insist that true regional integration begins with a full promulgation of the Pan-African Parliament as legitimate, fully fledged legislative and punitive body of the African Union, not merely an advisory forum. Sub-regional bodies like the proposed SADC Parliament cannot exist in mid-air in a vacuum. They need a constitutional home, with PEP as the continental legislative anchor. We must reconstitute PEP as the Central Parliament of Africa, harmonizing the work of the 5 regional assemblies and enforcing continent-wide standards. Only then will we stop lip servicing African unity and begin to live it in law and in governance and for real. The MK Party rejects any protocol that enshrines weakness. We demand a binding law-making SADC parliament supported by PEP with oversight over trade deals, peacekeeping deployments, financial flows, and human rights violations. Anything less is a betrayal of our mandate to represent our people. We want a people's parliament, not a presidential club with no legislative teeth. We want to make sure that, that everything in this parliament is public, transparent, and the committee meetings are not just for backroom deals, but benefit all our people. We need a parliament that protects the poorest of the poor, not the elitist of the elite.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
I thank you. We reject this. Thank you.
The EFF.
Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, Commander President Julius Malema, officials, commissars, fighters, Africans, and Africans in the diaspora. Let's take this opportunity to invite you to the 12th anniversary rally of the EFF on the 26th of July at Kailicha Stadium. I stand here to offer the support of the EFF to adopt the draft SADC protocol on the regional parliament with conditions and amendments. Firstly, we have expressed the position of the EFF that the SADC regional parliament should be empowered to have legislative powers and authority, not just a consultation body that will meet to make recommendations that will not be implemented or followed through. The SADC regional parliament should be used as a mechanism through which Africa can consolidate its strength against imperialist forces and realize the vision of an independent, self-sufficient continent and advance the African revolution. We call on the SADC regional parliament to adopt a socialist agenda focused on redistribution of wealth and resources within the African continent. Furthermore, the SADC regional parliament must champion land reform, nationalize key industries, and eradicate poverty in the continent. Each member state should be entitled to 1 extra delegate if their delegation has 50% women representation and an extra delegate for having at least 2 youth representatives. This is proposed so that there's no discussion in SADC that happens without women and youth representation at the center. We are proposing for the SADC standby brigade to also be transformed to have a unified regional armed force that will defend the region from foreign intervention and protect its resources from exploitation. The regional armed force must also be tasked with peacekeeping missions within the region and the continent. The SADC regional parliament must also be tasked with looking into establishing a regional independent electoral body that can be tasked with overseeing elections in the region. History is a good teacher. Countries like Zimbabwe and Mozambique have been riddled with election rigging and has had a negative effect on the migration in South Africa and neighboring countries. A country like the Kingdom of Eswatini in its current state should not be allowed to be part of the SADC regional parliament while political parties and leaders are banned and exiled here in South Africa. The SADC regional parliament should be able to call out member states and hold them accountable if they are violating human rights, like killing protesters like we've seen in Mozambique after the 2024 general elections. This body should never be used to protect liberation movements in the region that have lost favor with the voters or abusing their state power to abuse citizens. As SADC member states, we should be able to unite behind, beyond party lines in resolving challenges facing the region and its people. Lastly, the EFF urges SADC to adopt a more assertive and united position in demanding the immediate decolonization of Western Sahara. We view this as a critical test of the continent's commitment to Pan-Africanism and the principle that Africa must be free from all forms of foreign domination, including
Thank you,
internal
Honourable Member. Your
colonization
time has
practiced by Morocco
expired.
in the Western Sahara. We support the adoption as of
The
the SADC
IFP.
protocol. Thank
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP notes the establishment of a robust and inclusive SADC regional parliament. We believe it must evolve from a consultative forum into a lawmaking body with binding legislative powers and structured oversight over regional priorities such as peacekeeping, trade, migration, and human rights. The protocol must explicitly include inclusive representation of youth, women, traditional leaders, persons with disabilities, and marginalized communities. It remains a concern, though, that we have not yet silenced the guns across the African continent. The ongoing instability undermines our collective efforts towards sustainable development, democratic governance, and regional integration. As the IFP, we believe that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the foundation upon which progress is built. Let us commit through this protocol and all our regional instruments to truly silence the guns so that Africa may finally realize its developmental potential and the aspirations of its people. In the light of the issues raised, the IFP supports the report. Thank you.
PA.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members of Parliament, it is an honour to address this House on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance in support of the report on international relations and cooperation and the Select Committee on Security and Justice regarding the draft SADC protocol and the establishment of SADC Regional Parliament. South Africa has long been a pivotal player in the Southern African development community, championing regional integration, peace, and economic development. As a nation committed to Pan-African solidarity, we recognize the urgent need to strengthen regional governance structures to ensure that SADC is not merely a forum for dialogue, but a force for binding transformative action. The Patriotic Alliance fully endorses the recommendations in this report, particularly the call for SADC Parliament to evolve into a lawmaking body with binding legislative powers, a regional parliament with oversight authority over peacekeeping missions, trade relations, and human rights is not just an ideal, it's a necessity. We cannot speak of regional integration while key decisions remain in the hands of executive bodies without democratic accountability. A SADC parliament with legislative authority will ensure that the voices of the people through their elected representatives shape policies on trade, security, and human rights. This is critical in a region still grappling with instability, economic disparities, and governance challenges. Honourable members, South Africa must lead by example. We must advocate for a strong, empowered SADC parliament that can hold leaders accountable, mediate conflicts, and drive economic policies that will benefit member states. The time for half measures is over. The Patriotic Alliance stands firmly behind this report and urges the House to adopt its recommendations. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
Honourable Chairperson, the committee has made numerous and thoughtful contributions to this draft protocol, but let's not fool ourselves. South Africa does not yet need another talk shop. Genuine mutual regional relationships are a must, but we must ask ourselves, is this the route to take? We already have a Pan-African parliament that achieves little. Now we are debating a SADC parliament. Action SA was not elected to prioritize the citizens of other countries. We were sent here to put the people of South Africa first. However, a cursory glance shows this SADC parliament will become a rubber stamp for dictators, just like the Mbeki-era quiet diplomacy that enabled the 2008 violence in Zimbabwe and triggered the refugee crisis we are managing today. It is the same spineless diplomacy that saw President Ramaphosa welcome Mozambique's leaders after the killing of activists in a blatantly rigged election. This is a club of big brothers made up of formal liberation movements who have long since betrayed their people. And what will the SADC parliament do for ordinary South Africans? Nothing. No one can answer because the answer is nothing. The sheer volume of required changes already proves this proposal was never properly thought through. It raises serious concerns about its purpose, its cost, and whose interest it truly serves. We are not convinced it serves South Africans. I thank you.
The ACDP.
No declaration, thank you.
Thank you. UDM. Not here. Rise.
Not declaration, we support.
Thank you. Bosa. Not present. ATM. Not present. Al Jamar. Not present. NCC. PAC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The PAC appreciate the work done by the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee to reflect on the draft that is on the table. As a party that has been a strong adherent of Pan-Africanism from its inception, we welcome and support the concept of SADC protocol on the regional parliament. African unity is vital for survival of Africans. We support Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. UAT. Not present. Good. Not present. And then the ANC.
Just thinking with that, this almost a fixtures for Champions Cup.
Honorable members on the virtual platform, please ensure that your mics are muted. Honorable member, please proceed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, the African National Congress rises in strong support of the draft SADC protocol on the regional parliament, recognizing its pivotal role in advancing regional integration and enhancing parliamentary oversight within the Southern African Development Community. As a founding member of SADC, South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to deepening democratic governance and fostering robust legislative collaboration across our region. The ANC welcomes the significant and progressive strides reflected in the draft protocol, particularly the proposal for the SADC Parliament to incrementally assume legislative powers. We view this as both a necessary and strategic development, one that will entrench democratic accountability in critical areas such as peacekeeping, operations, intra-regional trade, and the safeguarding of human rights. We further endorse the recommendation to establish a SADC Economic Affairs and Trade Committee. This body will be instrumental in advancing Africa's broader industrialization agenda, expanding our regional infrastructure, and championing mineral beneficiation. As the region continues to hemorrhage billions through illicit financial flows, it is imperative that the SADC Parliament be empowered to safeguard our collective economic sovereignty and development aspirations. The ANC also commends the emphasis placed on inclusive governance, especially the provisions establishing youth and women's caucuses. We strongly urge that these mechanisms be further expanded to include formal representation for persons with disabilities, traditional leadership, and indigenous communities. These inclusive provisions are aligned with our movement's enduring conviction that democracy must be people-centered and fully reflective of our region's rich diversity. We equally support the call for stronger institutional linkages between the SADC Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, and national legislatures. Joint initiatives such as the development of model laws, joint summits, and interparliamentary training platforms will foster greater policy alignment and promote deeper regional cohesion. In conclusion, the ANC affirms its full and principled support for the draft SADC protocol on the regional parliament. We are confident that once adopted, this instrument will catalyze a meaningful shift in our regional governance architecture, anchoring the role of people's representatives in the pursuit for a more integrated, accountable, and inclusive Southern Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I propose that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honourable Makubele.
Not calling for a division, don't worry. We object to the report. Thank you.
The objection of the MKP is noted. Any other objections? Not, and with that objection, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police and Portfolio Committee on Agriculture on permission from PPS Stop Farm Killings and Agri-Alert SA, calling on the National Assembly to investigate attacks on farming communities, submitted by Mr. P P Sitho.
I now recognize the Honourable Pule.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, I rise to introduce the joint report of the Portfolio Committees on Police and Agriculture on the petition concerning farm matters and rural safety. Referred to us by the Speaker, this petition submitted by PPS Stop Farm Killing NPC and Agri-Alert SA called on Parliament to investigate ongoing attacks on farming communities and their impact on food security and the rural economy. Our committees convened joint meetings with the South African Police, the Department of Agriculture, and other stakeholders to assess policy responses and operational effectiveness. We approached this work with a strong commitment to factual analysis and the principle that all citizens are equal before the law. Members emphasized that while farm matters are not a separate category of crime, their unique nature, often involving extreme brutality and premeditation, requires targeted attention. These crimes do not only affect farmers, but also farm workers and dwellers, impacting livelihoods and undermining rural stability. The narrative suggesting a racial or political motive, such as a so-called genocide against white people, has no support. Research confirms that economic factors such as the theft of cash, firearms, and livestock are the primary drivers. We noted serious challenges in rural safety, including under-resourced stock theft units, inadequate vehicles, poor road infrastructure, and slow police response times. Only around 40% of SAF's vehicles in rural areas are suitable for difficult terrain, which hampers rapid intervention. Furthermore, we highlighted concerns over the low conviction rate for stock theft cases and farm attacks, which erodes trust in the justice system. The committee recommended a comprehensive audit of rural policing capacity and prioritization of resources for rural areas. We called for strengthened crime intelligence, cross-border cooperation, and improved community-based safety structures. Additionally, we urged the Department of Agriculture to fast-track the implementation of an individual animal identification system to improve livestock traceability and deter theft. We also stressed the importance of empowering community policing forums and engaging traditional leaders to ensure inclusive safety strategies, improve data transparency, especially disaggregating crime statistics by victim and incident type, was identified as essential for evidence-based interventions and informed public debate. The committee further recommended regular joint oversight between the police and agriculture committees, as well as direct engagement with rural communities to ensure that all voices, including those of farm workers and small-scale farmers, are heard and protected. Honorable members, this report underscores Parliament's role in advancing a balanced, rights-based approach to rural safety, free from inflammatory rhetoric. Our collective aim is to safeguard food security, support agricultural development, and ensure the dignity and safety of all who live and work on farms. I hereby, Honorable Chairperson, table this report for the House consideration and urge all members to support its recommendations as a step towards a safer, more secure rural South Africa, including the MK Party. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize honourable members. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Agbare Deputy Speaker, wanneer ons boere in vrees leef, kan geen een van ons sê dat ons werklik veilig is nie. Ons landelike gemeenskappe, ons boere, plaaswerkers en hulle gesinne is onder beleg. Gewelddadige aanvalle, plaasmoorde en veediefstal bedreig nie net individuele lewens nie, dit bedreig ook die fondamente van ons landelike veiligheid en ons voedselsekerheid. Die Demokratiese Alliansie doen al jarelank 'n beroep vir dringende gekoördineerde optrede om hierdie krisis reg in die oë te kyk. En uiteindelik het hierdie parlement begin om te luister. Op 21 Mei vanjaar het ons 'n keerpunt beleef toe die gesamentlike komitee verslag oor plaasmoorde eenparig aanvaar is deur die portefeulje komitees op landbou en polisie. Vir jare het ons president en die meerderheid van die lede in hierdie parlement plaasmoorde ontken. Maar dit het verander toe hierdie parlement vir die eerste keer formeel die werklikheid en erns van plaasmoorde erken het. Agbare Adjunct Speaker, hierdie komitee verslag stuur 'n duidelike boodskap uit dat hierdie parlement oor partytgrense heen die noodsaaklikheid van optrede teen plaasaanvalle erken het. Maar Agbare Adjunct Speaker, erkenning is nie aksie nie. En woorde alleen is nie genoeg nie. Verslae beskerm nie lewens nie en toesprake voorkom nie die bloedvergieting wat ons ervaar nie. Wat nou nodig is deurslaggewende gekoördineerde implementering van hierdie besluite. Die DA pleit reeds jarelank vir die stigting van 'n gespesialiseerde landelike beveiligingseenheid binne die SAPD. Ons verwelkom dus die feit dat hierdie gesamentlike komitee die onmiddellike stigting van so 'n toegewyde, goed toegeruste en hoogs gespesialiseerde opgeleide eenheid aanbeveel om uitsluitlik op landelike misdaad, insluitend plaasaanvalle en veediefstal te fokus. Die DA verwelkom ook die voorstel dat misdaadintelligensie en landelike gebiede versterk moet word. Te gereeld werk landelike polisiekantore sonder die nodige hulpmiddels soos voertuie en toerusting om proaktief op te tree. Intelligensiegedrewe polisieering moet die hart van sinvolle landelike beveiliging vorm. Agbare Adjunct Speaker, die DA verwelkom ook hierdie verslag se erkenning dat ons die wanfunksionering van ons strafregstelsel moet aanspreek. Oortreders van plaasmoorde en veediefstal kom te maklik weg weens swak ondersoeke en swak hantering van sake in ons howe. In my eie kiesafdeling in Kuruman in die Noord-Kaap is die vermeende moordenaars van die 81-jarige Hendrik Venter steeds op vrye voet omdat daar probleme met die ondersoek was. Agbare Speaker, oom Hendrik se familie verdien beter. Ons boere in Suid-Afrika verdien beter. Die brutale getekende aard van plaasmoorde moet formeel erken word. Plaasaanvalle is nie algemene misdaad nie. Dit is dikwels vooraf beplande aanvalle, gekenmerk deur uiterste wreedheid, wat gemeenskappe wil ontstel en destabiliseer. Dit is juis om hierdie rede dat die DA se leier en die minister van Landbou, John Steenhuisen, tydens 'n onlangse vergadering in die Withuis dit duidelik gestel het dat plaasmoorde en veediefstal as prioriteitsmisdrywe verklaar moet word. So 'n verklaring sal verseker dat hierdie misdade die hulpbronne, intelligensie en ondersoekende fokus ontvang wat dit dringend verg. Agbare Adjunct Speaker, die SAPD kan egter nie alleen werk om landelike veiligheid te bevorder nie. Plaaswagte, tradisionele leiers en gemeenskapspolisieeringsforums vervul 'n onmisbare rol in hierdie stryd. Daarom verwelkom die DA hierdie gesamentlike komitee se aanbevelings vir die versterking van samewerking tussen hierdie organisasies en die polisie om sodoende ons landelike gebiede veiliger te maak. Die DA bly gekant teen onteiening sonder vergoeding. Dit ontlok emosie. Dit destabiliseer landbou. Dit ontmoedig beleggings en dit vernietig werksgeleenthede. In plaas daarvan glo ons in grondbesit wat bemagtig, wat produksie aanmoedig en wat voedselsekerheid in veilige omstandighede bevorder. Agbare voorsitter, plaasaanvalle raak elke Suid-Afrikaner en terwyl daar lede van hierdie huis is wat kill the boer, kill the farmer skree, sal ons boere en plaaswerkers nie daardeur van stryk gebring word nie. Ons sal aanhou om ons roeping om te boer uit te leef. Die DA sal nie rus nie. Ons sal aanhou veg totdat elke boer en elke plaaswerker op ons land se plase in veiligheid kan lewe. Dit is ons plig en dit is ons belofte aan hulle. Ek dank u.
The MK.
Uyabona ke why ngingando. Oh. Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo. Chairperson, it has become widely known the fact that South Africa faces a serious crime problem. However, more than often than not, focus is placed on crime committed or occurring in urban and semi-urban areas, resulting in the negligence of crimes occurring in rural areas and relegating them as a secondary to those in urban areas. Honorable members, this is a dangerous precedent on trend that continues to exist. A dangerous trend resulting in unequitable distribution of resources, weak attempts at resolving issues arising from rural communities. This government has left our people in rural communities to fend for and protect themselves. The National Rural Safety Strategy, which was established under the leadership of our visionary leader, a former President Jacob Zuma, conceptualized a framework to integrate a rural safety into a daily operations and planning in the South African Police Service. Cannot afford to be a victim of a failing governance and leadership under this administration. Our people can no longer listen to excuses that they simply live too far for responsive policing, that their roads are too bad and remote areas are difficult to reach. One cannot fail to develop infrastructure and then turn around and use the lack of infrastructure as justification for failing to provide basic and essential service to the people. Chairperson, failure to treat rural crime as equal counterpart to urban crime means a failure to acknowledge the nuisance of a rural crime. Compromising effective response throughout target policing, we cannot ignore the casual factors that give rise to persistent rural safety concern. Poverty, unemployment, and inequality are the biggest engineers of rural crime. The biggest elephant in the room, illegal immigrants.
Honourable member on the platform. Honourable member on the platform, please make sure that your microphone is muted. Honourable member, please proceed.
The biggest elephant in the room, illegal immigrants and cross-border syndicates contributing to worse crime in rural areas, failing crime intelligence and weak cross-border cooperation, allows for continued stock theft, illegal mining activities on rural land, and enables syndicates to resource their operation using, for example, stolen firearms from farms they invaded. The illegal and undocumented status of these perpetrators means that they more often than not get away with crime. It is unacceptable that 66% of the top 30 polling stations recording stock theft saw increased cases in the fourth quarter of 2024-2025. This is incredible, detrimental to the subsistence farmers. Our people's livelihood are at stake. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, the MK party once again condemns the false narrative of a genocide against white farmers. You remember they went to America to Donald Trump and, cry babies. Violent farm and murders do not discriminate along racial lines. It may appear that white farmers are being killed simply because of the unjust white ownership of land in this country. Chairperson, SAPS and other government stakeholders must intentionally in ensuring rural safety failures to protect these communities, in failure in executing their obligated mandate of our people cannot be victims of apartheid, error-engineered spatial inequality or failing SAPS. The MK party rejects this report, and I must say this. Amakhuwa makafika la eza anganamhlaba beza ngomkhumbi ngoJan van Riebeck. Namhlanje abantu bekhethu bayasithengisa abakhamba namakhuwa. Amakhuwa la akafuni nenarha. Inarha abafuni singakhuluma yonke into mara inarha yona abafuni nayo. Na manje ngizobuhlungu ukuthi abantu bekhaya bajamelana namakhuwa ukuthi abantu abanzima bokuhlala kude nala emaplasini asikakaphephi. Ngalawo magama ngithi mani ngiyanibawa abangapha ngaka ku right bakwagogo akhe nithuguluka inhliziyo ngiyanithokoza. We reject this report.
The EFF.
Thank you very much.
Honourable
Deputy
Paulson, please
Speaker.
just take your seat. Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My apologies to the member at the podium. Deputy Speaker, we just in the parliamentary debate or the debate on Parliament spoke about this. There is a bit of problems with the translation services. It's either too soft or delayed. Can it please be sorted out? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Michalakis. We will indeed look into this. Thank you. Honourable Paulson, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, who has commandeered this organization successfully commandeered this organization for the past 12 years. Greetings to the National Chair and to the officials of the EFF, commissars, fighters. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Speaker, the EFF is a law-abiding organization. We respect the Constitution of the Republic, and we respect processes that seeks to put serious issues on the agenda of Parliament. But at the same time, we must be honest to ourselves and call a spade a spade. This petition serves an agenda of a very small minority in this country. The petition titled Stop Farm Killings is a white-sponsored petition using some poor black people under some white supervision. These are known tactics, and we must confront them harshly until the real owners come out. All these efforts, we know, are aimed at discrediting the EFF because we are the only organization who hold true to the history of resistance in this country when we sing, "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer." Also once sung by Nelson Mandela, Peter Mokaba, great leaders. You're right, there are no more great leaders in the ANC. No more great leaders. I was chairperson throughout the joint portfolio committee between police and the Department of Agriculture. There was no evidence to prove that farmers are targeted more than anyone else, or any indication of how Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer has influenced farm killings in South Africa. There's no evidence that suggests any particular focus on farm killings. In fact, stats itself shows a serious attack on women and children in our society, and we must do everything possible to protect women and children. In fact, those selfish right-wing racists want to hijack the seriousness of crime against women and children for their own selfish aims, simply just to silence a chant. Can you be so selfish? It's disingenuous also to try and confuse farms with rural communities, because not all rural communities are classified as farming areas. And the petitioner now wants to say farms as if it covers crimes in rural areas. This is not the case. And we know this is not true. And the petition was about white farmers.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
They are
Your
something
time
special
has
and they need
expired.
special protection. Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Thank you, as Chairperson. The IFP notes the urgent call made to the committees regarding rural safety as the custodians of food security and land-based livelihoods. Rural communities must not be left vulnerable. We support the call on SAPS to immediately conduct a national audit of rural policing capacity. The IFP.
Honourable members,
Further-
my apologies, honourable member. Could members please have the volume down on the exchanges, specifically across the aisle on both sides? Honourable member, please proceed.
The IFP further calls on SAPS to present a clear and transparent account of how rural safety resources are allocated in comparison to urban areas. We also urge SAPS in collaboration with the NPA to address the persistently low conviction rates for stock theft and farm-related crimes. Chair, bengimla isonto ledlule ngiphawula indaba yokwebiwa kwemfuyo uthi singusamaphoyisa ukuba aselekelele kakhulukazi emakhaya abantu imfuyo yabo ilale ibayena igadiwa ibiyelwe bangena amasela noma iqhwaga zizophundla abantu ngenkani bephucwa imfuyo yabo kuphethwe ibhamu. Ngakho ke sisosizini olukhulu ngokufana nabalimi abakhiqiza umkhiqizo ngoba behweba. Singabantu basemakhaya abafuyele ukwazi ukudayisa ngesikhathi sifanele sifundise izingane zethu sithola sisenkingeni. Kuneqhwaga ke engeke ngakuveza lapho ukuthi zineyindawo esezidemarcatile ukuthi akungeni umuntu lapho uma sezangena khona inkomo zabantu. Ngakho ke siyakhuleka nje ukuthi embikweni omuhle kangako owenziweyo akube khona ukusondelana nokubambisana embuthweni wamaphoyisa. Mhlawumbe uma kuyikhona nendlela amaphoyisa angasahlonishwa kufakwa namasosha lezi ndawo ezizidleke ukuze kuhlakazwe lezi idleke ngoba akukhona nje ukuthi kuyebiwe emakhaya imfuyo ithathwa ngenkani. Ngiyathoza khona.
The PA.
Can I do this with wine? Honourable Speaker, honourable members, fellow South Africans. The Patriotic Alliance stands in full support of the petition submitted by PPS Stop Farm Killings and Agri-Alert SA, urging the National Assembly to investigate the ongoing attacks on farm communities and to implement decisive measures to safeguard rural South Africa. The brutal and often violent attack on farms and farm dwellers are a national crisis that demands immediate and sustained action. These crimes not only threaten lives and livelihood, but jeopardize food security and economic stability. The PA firmly believes that the safety of all South Africans, regardless of their occupation or location, must be a top priority for this government and law enforcement. Key demands and recommendations: parliamentary investigation and accountability. We call for a thorough, transparent, and expedited parliamentary inquiry into farm attacks, ensuring that all findings lead to accountable solutions. The South African Police Service must be held accountable for improving rural policing, including dedicated rural safety units and faster response time. Adoption of technology for rural security. The PA advocates for the integration of advanced technology such as drones, AI-powered surveillance, and emergency systems alert to enhance farm security and rapid response in capabilities. Comprehensive safety and awareness campaigns. A multi-level awareness campaign must be launched, focusing on local, national, and international levels, where harsher jail sentences is passed down for farm attackers. Support for victims.
Thank you, honourable member. Your time has unfortunately expired.
Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Agbare young speaker, hierdie verslag poog om te handel met 'n petisie van Mr Sitho. En Mr Sitho se petisie het gegaan to ask the assembly to investigate ongoing farm attacks in farming communities, highlighting concerns over rural safety, farm murders, impact on crime and food security in the agriculture economy. Maar hierdie verslag het daardie petisie gekaap. Hierdie verslag gaan nie oor daardie petisie nie. Hierdie verslag is iets anders. Hierdie verslag se aanbevelings gaan hoofsaaklik oor veediefstal. Ek het aan die agbare Oukamp geluister, hy het 'n goeie toespraak gehou. Die probleem is wat hy sê staan nie in hierdie verslag nie. Staan nie in hierdie verslag nie. Hy maak die punt om te sê dat aanvalle en moorde is veronderstel om 'n spesiale situasie te wees. Hierdie verslag sê dit, uitgangspunt. Paragraaf 1. Law and no perception should be created that farm murders constitute a special case of crime. Hierdie verslag maak nie voorsiening daarvoor nie. Hierdie verslag handel nie om spesiale prioriteitsmisdade te skep rondom plaasaanvalle nie. Inteendeel, nee, waar staan dit? Lees dit vir my, dit staan nie hier nie. Jy kan glo dit wil. Wat gesê word, staan nie in hierdie verslag nie. Maar wat dit erger maak, is aanbeveling 12. Die agbare Poel het net die helfte daarvan gelees en agbare Oukamp het dit geïgnoreer. Aanbeveling 12 maak die boere die skurk in die verhaal. Dis die werklikheid. Aanbeveling 12 sê daar moet oorsig besoeke gebring word om met wie te praat, nie met die boere nie, met die werkers te gaan praat, om vas te stel waar die boere hulle afknou en verkeerd teenoor hulle optree. Die boer word die skurk gemaak in hierdie verhaal. Hierdie verslag praat nie 'n woord oor kill the boer, kill the farmer nie. Nie 'n woord nie. Nie 'n woord nie. Die goed wat u hoop dat in hierdie verslag moet staan, staan nie hier nie. Hierdie verslag kan nie ondersteun word nie. Die Vryheidsfront Plus sal daar teenstem en u moet vir die kiesers gaan verduidelik hoe u dink wat hier staan.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired. Action SA.
Rural crime, including farm murders, impacts rural communities, resulting in depopulation and record urbanization rates. Farms, rural villages, rural towns are being ravaged by the consequences of this scourge. The National Rural Safety Strategy is failing. Stock theft is rampant, even against the provisions of the archaic Stock Theft Act of 1958 and the Animal Identification Act. The economic impact of this on farmers, rural families, livestock owners, rural and urban, and the red meat industry sector is devastating. This also impacts food security and food prices. Stock theft is syndicated and organized crime with SAP's members involved. I'll give you an example. Where you have proper private security, stock theft gets wiped out and stock theft heads of the SAPS leave those towns. It happens town after town after town. This is why in the old days, stock thieves got hanged, because livestock cannot defend itself against human beings. So if a human being steals somebody else's livestock, needs his neck stretched. There is a debate about whether rural crime and farm murders are politically motivated. This is neither here nor there. It is a grim reality. Must be stopped in its tracks. The claims of genocide are exaggerated and aimed at fostering fear and resentment. In this regard, the President and his delegation's performance in the White House was woeful. Essentially what they said is, we don't kill farmers in South Africa, we kill everyone. That's what they said. The victims and their families are our citizens, and they must be protected. We support the contents of this petition.
Thank
but
you,
the
Honourable
report
Member.
is not
Your time
adequate.
has expired.
In conclusion, kill the boer, kill the farmer should be banned, and we should
Honourable Member,
approach the Constitutional Court to change their ruling. And we should not grant it in this parliament.
The ACDP. Order, Honourable Members. The ACDP. Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Member. Order. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACDP notes that this debate is before the House because of a petition from Mr. P. Sitho, and is cognizant of SAPS's response presentation as well as the report from the Portfolio Committee on Police and Agriculture laying out 14 resolutions. We assert that strategy and recommendation will mean nothing if attacks on black and white farmers and farm workers, stock theft, or syndicate violence are merely documented and deliberately shelved, sanitized by administrative language while our communities live under siege. The horror of farm murders must never be minimized. Neither must the economic and human devastation. It demands swift, coordinated, and accountable intervention. This is not just a rural or farmer crisis. It is a national crisis because it threatens lives, livelihoods, employment, our economy, and our food security. The ACDP calls for the verification of crime reports to be linked to investigation outcomes. If we measure crime without measuring action, it is not governing, it is just observation. The ACDP calls for a rural crime accountability index like we called for a beneficiation index, a quarterly public report linking crime verification, prosecution rates, and asset recovery. Every verified report is a cry for justice, and every delay is complicity. Rural South Africa and our farmers deserve priority, and Parliament must deliver. As ambassadors of Christ, the ACDP calls on all departments to elevate public awareness, demand performance-based funding for policing units, and ensure rural dwellers, farm workers, owners, and vulnerable isolated communities are not seen only in
Honourable Member. Your
statistics,
time has
but
expired.
also in action plans. I thank you.
The UDM? Not here. Rise.
No, Madam Speaker, I was going to just say I support the report, but I saw the D and the Freedom Front coming here, tussling. I was like, no, I have to come in here. It was just fascinating to watch the two of them talking on this particular issue. Because sometimes, you know, like, and this is what we said in the Portfolio Committee. As long as we keep politicizing the attacks in the farms and rural communities, we'll continue to see these things. Because each time a farmer or someone who's an owner gets attacked or killed, it becomes a big story. When a farm worker is killed, it's not even a footnote. That's what we must reflect on. I was listening to both the inputs. The farm worker was not even a footnote. Why is that so? Why is the farm worker or a farm dweller not making an entry? And that's what we dealt with. Because each time we talk about this issue, it's always the farmer, it's always the farmer. But the people that are producing are the workers. They come secondary. They come secondary. The people who produce are the workers, but we don't place them at the forefront. That's why the report is structured in the way that it is, because it was the deliberations in the committee. So I felt, Madam Speaker, it's glad to come in here so that the farm workers that are attacked in the farms are not footnotes. They are South Africans who deserve protection, and also for us to talk about them. Councillor.
Also,
thank you very much. As Build One South Africa, we wish to note the report on the petition submitted by Mr. P P Sitho, calling for an investigation into farm attacks. We also want to reflect on the deep anxiety that's felt across rural South Africa by farmers, by farm workers and families who feel exposed, unheard and unprotected. And in the most recent debate today in the House, we raised the issue of Parliament needing to reflect the urgency that is felt by South Africans about issues in this country, including safety. So this report matters, and it signals that Parliament is finally beginning to take rural safety at least seriously. But it also challenges us to confront dangerous myths that have shaped public debate for too long. The claim that farm attacks are uniquely race-based is not supported by evidence or data, and this report and crime statistics in this country make it clear that Black South Africans, including farm workers, including emerging farmers, are among the victims. Farm attacks are not race crimes, they are crimes of opportunity. They are driven by poverty, isolation, and the state's failure to provide basic protection to rural areas. And so as Build One South Africa, we call for urgent implementation of the report's recommendations. Rural policing units have to be established, farm worker safety has to be prioritized, and quarterly progress reports have to be brought to this House. And we must equally reject fear-mongering and face the truth that safety is not a privilege, it is a right for every person on every farm in every corner of this country. I thank you.
The ATM. Not present. Al Jamar. Not present. NCC. Not present. PAC. Not present. UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. Otto, Africa. Let us begin by rejecting the temptation to isolate suffering of one group over another in our painful and complex rural landscape. We reject the myth that there's a special class of victims. We affirm that the rural violence is against the African child, the white farmer, and the foreign national alike. We welcome the committee's balanced rejection of dangerous narratives, such as the outdated and unsupported claim of white genocide, and its affirmation that rural crime is driven not by race or ideology, but by poverty, economic desperation, and organized crime syndicates. Honorable members, this report exposed the rural safety system in crisis. Despite 30 years of democracy, the SAPS has failed to adopt the crime-fighting machinery to rural terrain. According to the report, only 40% of SAPS vehicles in the rural areas are even fit for purpose. Some mountain units have 4 horses, others have none. Is this a national rural safety strategy or a rural abandonment plan? What is worse, stock theft arrest yield only at 35% conviction rate, a clear reflection of a weak investigation, corrupted police dockets, and disillusioned rural communities who no longer report crime because justice has become a rumor. House Chairperson, the Department of Agriculture is just as guilty. They play a minimal role in stopping stock theft. They are citing an animal identification regulation while emerging African farmers lose their livestock to syndicates that operate like cartels. And worse, there is no accountability for dysfunctional animal pound, which are now breeding ground for criminal activity. The UAT condemned the institutional and when farm workers are intimidated.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Oh.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. I stand here on behalf of the African National Congress to consider a report on Police and Agriculture Portfolio Committee on the petition from the PPS Stop Farm Killings NPC. The petition called on the National Assembly to investigate ongoing attacks on farming communities, highlighting concerns over rural safety, farm murderers, and the impact of crime on food security. The fourth quarter crime statistics indicate a decline in the total number of farm attacks, which 6 incidents were recorded as opposed to 12 incidents in the previous quarter. Though this is a significant decrease, we want to stress on the concern of every farmer, every farm worker, and every worker in the and around farms. We need to see farm killings beyond the broader lenses of race and concern ourselves with the safety of those who are located in the remote and isolated areas. We have noted the policing challenges in these areas, that in most times police stations are not adequately resourced to respond immediately to the attacks as they arise. We find that the police stations sometimes are having 2 or 3 working vehicles, while the rest stand stationed in need for repairs and maintenances. In light of this petition, we want to appeal to the responsiveness of the police to say that the police needs to be reliably responsive and act with efficiency if it is to maintain law and order in the communities and the societies in this country. We have been informed of the brutal farm killings in the areas of the Eastern Cape and remote areas of Limpopo, and we remain worried about the lack of stock theft units in and around those areas. Farmers and community members are living in fear of heavily armed criminals who go after their livestock. We need to ensure every strict and harsh penalties for those responsible for terrorizing our communities and our societies. We have a confidence in the National Rural Safety Strategy, and we believe that if well-resourced and implemented, it will bring the change that we so desperately require to see in rural and farm areas. Honorable members, it is important that we dispel the notion of farm killings being linked to land grabs. This is not the case. Studies have shown that the farm killings are not racially motivated. It is simply opportunism from criminals who want money, and they take advantage of isolatedness of the vast areas in the rural areas. It is important that we adopt a balanced and a fact-based approach that acknowledges the brutality of these crimes without resorting to inflammatory or divisive rhetoric. In conclusion, honorable members, as the ANC, we believe that the report is a true reflection of the engagements from both portfolio committees of agriculture and police. And as the ANC, we stand to support this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Honourable Chief Whip.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the
Makhubela
report be
agrees.
adopted. Honourable Makhubela, is that a point of order? Is that a point of order?
No, it's not.
Okay. Honourable Paulson, is that a point of order?
No, it's not, Chair. I want to raise the objection of the EFF to it.
Okay, are there any points of order now? Not, then we proceed. I have not yet asked for any objections, so are there any objections? Honourable Makhubele?
Thank you. The MK party objects to the report. Thank you.
The objection of the MK party is noted. Honourable Paulson.
Deputy Speaker, with all respect, there was no need to ask if there are any points of order because nobody raised the point of order. But please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Paulson. The objection of the EFF is noted. Honourable Denner.
House Chair, we call for a division.
A division having been called for, and we've already had a call for a division for 5 minutes. The bells will now be rung for 3 minutes. Honorable members, can you please take your seats? Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that. Order, honorable members, please take your seats. The Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish the quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. The table has informed me that we do indeed have a quorum of 166 members. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Order, honourable members, having now confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question is that this motion be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist if needed. Are the party whips ready? We will proceed. The ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress with 72 on a virtual platform, 32 physically here, a total of 104 support the presented motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The DA with 43 members online, 13 in the House, that's 56 in total, supports the report.
The MK.
Thank you very much. MK members online is 33, in the House 17, and we reject the report. Thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, Chair. 8 on virtual platform and 10 in the House. Yes, and we're voting against.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The IFP, 8 on virtual platform, 5 in the House. We vote in favor.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Patriotic Alliance, 3 in the House, 2 on the virtual platform voting in favor. Thank you.
FF plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 4 online and 2 in the House. That's 6 voting against.
Action SA.
1 present, 3 online, 4 in total. We're voting in support.
ACDP.
2 in the House for the ACDP voting in support.
UDM. Not present. RISE.
Rise, 1 in the House of the caucus, and we support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 1 online, we support.
ATM. Not present. Al-Jamar. Not present. NCC. Not present. PAC. Not present. UAT.
UAT 1 in the House, we reject.
Good. Not present. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, order. The result of the division is as follows. The ayes 186, the noes 75, and no abstentions. Therefore, the question is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes the business, and I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. The House is adjourned.